Good morning, colleagues of the 25th Resource Development Committee members, acting for them. Doing the legislative services staff, usually good morning as well. We do have presenters here that are present in person. I'd like to wish you all good morning. And to the listeners on the call, good morning. So today we will be having the Resource Development Committee regular meeting Wednesday, October 11th. And we are located here today at the Navajo Division of Transportation Conference Room. And I'd like to thank the Navajo Division of Transportation for having Resource Development Committee utilize their facilities so we can have our regular meeting here today. So I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:14 a.m. And with that, Mr. Coffey, please do roll call vote. Roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource Development Committee, the 25th Nominations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, October 11th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Clark.
Shauna Ann Clark, present.
Honorable Shauna Ann Clark present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Bill Different, present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Steph.
Present.
Honorable Otto is present. Madam Chair, you have 6 members available which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion, Mr. Coffey for that. And then I'd like to go ahead and go on to the next item on our proposed agenda, invocation. Honorable also national development and the agent by a company
warning and shoot out these. 欧洲的看翻译嘛，就可以啊，是一种然后这就当中的这一些那那个是一个是那那是那是然后。
Members of the Resource Development Committee, do we have any announcement to make on this topic?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my announcement is for Thursday, October 12th. We will have a regular update meeting, which will be held at the council chamber. Also on Friday, the 13th of October, the nominating meeting has also been scheduled in the page to go into the session, and the following meeting starting on October Monday will be the nomination council fall session. Madam Chair, right to that is my announcement. Madam Chair, one more thing is Our internet due to technical difficulties, I typed in and out, so those are the technical difficulties beyond my control.
Rishi, thank you. For the reason why we need to increase our bandwidth here on our litigation, so we need to get infrastructure built out. So with that, thank you, Mr. Coffey, for the announcements that you made in regards to resources development committee. I'd like to take it down to item number 2 on the today's agenda. I'd like to have the resources development committee members introduce themselves for this morning. We'll have some of our chief officials also introduce themselves. So starting with Vice Chair.
Chair, thank you for. Yeah, and also thank you, Speaker Soul for the prayer. Also, I'd like to thank NDOT for allowing us to be here, to have our REC here. I'd like to thank all our legislative staff as well as the REC right there. Rose, April, colleagues, and very nice. Just want to thank you guys for being here with us today. Also, those that are here with us, thank you for being here. Appreciate your presence, and I hope you have some coffee. So, I would say that, but yeah, just want to thank you. You know, it's really good to be here. I'm always grateful, always thankful. You know, for the position, right, the position that I'm in. So, Shay, Monday should be this time. Sean has already seen common relationship. I represent Cameron Coal Mines, Lime Lake, Prairie Springs, and Loop. So those are the 5 chapters of District 3 and 5. So those are the communities I'm representing as well as the Great Navajo Nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and then welcome and good morning to everyone. My name is Shauna Ingma. I'm the council delegate for Chinle. My plans are Mohan and the Trader footage, the change, and good morning to everyone, and we look forward to this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, and the also street or now could naturally name street or and it's a couple of like and she goes and then I mentioned the premise the visuals the result of the yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. Say your names. The be welcome to chat. They heard the real and easy. By law, the value simply mentioned say so mention 20 teams. I think I'm sharing this for
We have our honorable colleagues of resources development committee, Shay, Brenda, Jesus, Diego, Senati, Folici, Eva, Panamida, Diego, Hana, Missionary, Amado, Masan, Shen, Ado, and resources development committee, so Diego, face pass, and then it's gonna be although that non-public for me, I'd like to take it to David. Honorable Amber Claudine, I see you being on the call. If you can go ahead and introduce yourself, star 6 to unmute.
This is Delegate Amber Keenan Cruddy. Here on this level, Viking people Bashir Street. That's Chini, that's a trade though. Irish people, Personal. also a vet, not shot. I represent Chief Springs, Great Hills, Columbia, but we represent all of these members. Good morning.
Okay. Again, Delegate Friday, for your introduction, and thank you for being on the call here this morning. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and give it to one of the services staff.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Are you covering those questions on the line? Anybody talking? Let's advise before we develop any tension. I mentioned there's Mr. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I will be the next legal plan, and I am the attorney of the office of the credit card.
It looks good. I want to get that. If you don't, I like to see. I think that you go on and what we're going.
Yeah, legislative services staff. Let's see, 8 times. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to that. I'm the assistant for this meeting. I'm the vice president for now that I've been in known about insurance, yeah, thank you for writing for the granting permission. So they should be, know, the line registering, city resident, check it, never the same earlier. Good morning, thank you, Chair, thank you, members of RDC, Shay, I think I'm Mr. Ambassador, and Shay, it's not with the insurance, with the team. That makes it the medical, I am the department manager for the Maryland Development Committee. You can. Madam Chair, everyone on the RDC committee, today and gentlemen, this is the ordinance 3A for Washington, so I am the Naval Valley Department Legislation Manager. Good morning,
Good morning, Chief Charlie, and I'll be an NCRC executive director and the president of
yeah. Morning, Madam Chair and honorable delegates. My name is Linda Amata. I work for the National Park Service. I came in the shade, now from National Monument and I'm good.
Good morning, Shay call out to give a shit also trying to be on the daily budget. I wanted to say that now. Good morning, I'm David Shay, I work in the national
I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Logan, Paul. Star 6 that I need for introduction. Okay, let's see, with that, I'd like to take it to Ms. Cheryl Curley with Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Yate Bene, Madam Chair, RDC members, Now Nation leadership. Good morning. My name is Cheryl Curley, listening in for BIA today. And if there's any questions, I'll be sending those on to the regional director. And if needed, we can be available for this meeting today. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Curley, and again, thank for everyone being on the call and being present here in person. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it on to reviewing and approving the agenda. With that, Rodney, can you please read the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th National Nations Council, regular meeting from Wednesday, October 11, 2023, 10 a.m. For that, Honorable Brenda, the sixth chairperson, Honorable Casey Johnson, vice chairperson, location, National Division of Transportation and Telecommunication. One, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcement. Two, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Three, reviewing and approving the agenda. Four, reviewing and approving the journal, September 20th. 2023 regular meeting, September 27th, 2023 regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. 8, update report from NAPCO, Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, Division of Natural Resources, Navigation Land Department, General Land Development Department, Department of Justice on the final line draft telecommunication regulations for final consideration of recommendation of the Resource Development Agency. A report of the Division of Natural Resources, Navigation Land Department on the one-time final buffer zone of Kennedy Shelby Resolution RCS. Dash 51-85. C, report from National Park Service on the strategic agreement between the National Park Service and the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Affairs, and the cooperative steward of the Kennedy Shelby in June 2018 as it relates to the joint management plan. D, report from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on the 12 number 12 abandoned rating and 80 megahertz. Report from alternative. And the public comment will be report on the energy opportunity for and interviews of our representatives in my county research that will nullify the Biden-Harris administration on the withdrawal of coal bans on Chicago Culture National Park by the U.S. Department of Interior for 20 years. 6, office A legislation number 0131-23 and action relating to resource development fee approving the grant of right of way for the use of the Department of Transportation for the construction operating maintenance of highway SR 116 for non-certification and authority on application trust land in the chapter now San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirement of bond insurance and alternative loan security based on Title 25 Code, Federal Regulations Section 169.103. Act the chief sponsor Honorable Curtis Benito. 7, English and legislation 0221-23 and actually resource development committee amending resolution RDC 32-20, sending resolution number RDC 105-18 and approving the grant of right of way and use it to Arcane and Vercom. Looking on application trust land on an application in Arizona and New Mexico to present an application presented to the development rights provision sponsor Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley and Sheen Paris. B, legislation number 0224-23, National Land Resource Development Committee, certified management chapter community-based land use plan, sponsor Honorable Seth Hayden. C, approving the town certificate and a sanctuary of the proposed reservation for the 2003 San Juan Southern Heights and legal issues related to the SJP Application Treaty and proposed federal regulations and litigation for Monday, October 23, 2023, Arizona at 9 a.m. B, approving authorization travel to conduct a joint work session with the Budget Finance Committee on National Aid, National Housing Authority providing number 17, 2023 at 9 a.m. in Albuquerque, New Mexico. B, approving the Council Resource Development Committee's regular meeting for Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. And discussion is special meeting for Monday, November 28th, 2023, and due to Thanksgiving on Thursday, November 23rd, 2023. 8, to close the meeting and announcement and adjournment. Madam Chairman, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read to the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tommy. For that, members of Resource and Development Committee, I get a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
Honorable Otto, may I get a second? Second. Second by Honorable With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions or any additions or deletions to the agenda that was read here before us into the record? Honorable Otto?
Yeah, really there's a request for the resolution to be added on, being the main, holding the main motion. Legislation 0230-23. I'd like to see if, one of the colleagues could, add that legislation to the agenda. I will do it, but Commissioner Avenatti, you're holding the main motion. You can't now, all this stuff, so it is a confusion, I thought. Thank you.
So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, there is a request here by Honorable Auditor. Legislation 0230-23 has been sponsored by Honorable Dr. Andy Dennis. And again, this legislation focuses on, is it ARPA funds or?
Madam Chair, members of our IC, legislation number 0230-23, we need an amendment to the agenda, we need a motion and a second to add this legislation on and be added.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second already. So yeah, so an amendment has to be made to the agenda to add legislation 023-23. So with that, colleagues of Resources Development Committee, with any one of the members like to make a motion to have amendment number 1 to add legislation 0230-23.
With that motion. Madam Chair.
Okay, pushing. So we do have a motion for amendment number 1 to add legislation 0230-23. And may I give a second? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. So with that, we do have an amendment number 1 on the floor. And we have any additional comments or additions to the agenda, members of Resources Development Committee? Going once, going twice. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and get a roll call vote for amendment number 1 to add legislation 0230-23. Sponsor is Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to add legislation number 0230-23 to the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Goodness votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay. With that, motion carries for amendment number 1. Now going back to main motion to approve the agenda. We do have an addition of amendment number 1. And do we have any questions on the main motion, members of Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Tommy, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Goodness votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tommy. So with that, members of RDC motion carries, and we do have an approved agenda here for today's Resources and Development Committee meeting. Going on to item 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals. We do have journals for the September 20th, 2023 regular meeting and September 27th, 2023 regular meeting. These particular journals for these 2 days were emailed out to all members of Resources Development Committee. So with that, I'd like to request for a motion to accept the journal for September 20th and September 27th.
Shauna Claw, make the motion.
Honorable Claw, motion, may I get a second? Honorable also, Thank you, and do we have any questions on the journals for September 20th or September 27th, members of RDC? Going once, going twice, Rodney, take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journals. Honorable Shauna Inkla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Inkla votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, what's green?
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez, what's green?
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries. Going on to item 5 on our approved agenda, receiving reports. We do have letter A, update reports from the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department, General Land Development Department, and Department of Justice on the finalized draft telecommunications regulations for final consideration with recommendations from the Resources and Development Committee. We do have Mr. Chico Farley, Executive Director for National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. We do have Mr. Helona, Division Director for Division of Natural Resources on the call. We do have Mr. Byron Mitsui, Acting Department Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department. On the call, we do have Ms. Eddie Anderson, Avasta Department Manager for General Land Development Department. We do have Ms. Veronica Blackhawk, Assistant Attorney General, with DOJ, National Resources Unit, and Ms. Latonya Johnson, Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice, Human Resources and Government Unit. So at this time, presenters, you may take the seat next to Ms. Blackhawk for a regular presentation. And do we have a PowerPoint for this one? No? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and allot the presenters here this morning, 20 minutes for presentation. And again, we did have the presenters here before Resources Development Committee a couple of weeks ago, giving us information on the draft of the telecommunication regs, and there's some things to make some minor corrections and bring it back to RDC so that we can go ahead and go forward and improve these telecommunication regs. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the RDC. Thank you again. Can you hear me all? There you go. Okay, thank you again. For the record, again, NCRSP, I'll let the people here at the goal of the tower regulations are to update and consolidate existing regulations regulated to the siting of telecommunication tower on an elevation. They are designed to create uniformity and consistency in power planning and distribution, eliminating the widespread use of waivers, inspection site agreements, and special rights that may administration and power leasing and nightmare for labor communications. And communities rebuild and operate telecommunications facilities on an elevation without lease. And sometimes without paying tax, any leases or other fees, the new tower site regulations are designed to provide transparency, equal treatment, all to the clear regulations and standard forms of these countries. I wanted to read that in record, it was stated before, I'm going to hand it over to our field chair.
Good morning, Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Tommy Johnson, and I'm the General of the Nation Department of Justice. As you know, RDC has previously held a report on this particular issue and a work session. And during those two meetings, it was noted that the purpose of the telecommunication regulation was to delegate RDC's approval authority to National Department for telecommunication reasons. It would also allow National Department to administer those leases, whether it be negotiating the lease rental, administering the lease terms, etc. And because of those responsibilities would be with now land department. Those responsibilities would not be with Navigation Telecommunication Regulatory Commission. As a result of that, it was, not NTRC and now land department agreed that now land department would take the lead on this particular case moving forward. However, NTRC would provide technical assistance in the event now land department requires that assistance if needed. Also, navigation, telecommunication, and commission will draft its own regulations that are more technical in nature, such as the height of the tower. So at this time, I would defer to my colleague Veronica and Etty Anderson regarding the update with telecommunication regulations. Thank you. Good morning, Veronica. So with respect to the regulations, itself, if you recall during the last work session, we had, I think there went over the regulations and, I did indicate during that time that I would clean up the draft that, was under review at that time. So we did clean up the regulations and, providing a copy to, land and blood for their review. There was only one section that I needed clarification on from them, and I resolved that, but it's pretty much ready to go, and I'll let Etty speak to the public hearings. Okay, thank you. So I have to propose what you see. Yes, we still have not had the opportunity to do that with different communities as far as the public hearings. So, and I did mention to Robbie that we did need additional time. So, and then you can say this will be an update today on REC, so that I can just request have additional time to have reach out to the public. And we will make those, hopefully we can schedule those hearings maybe before the end of the week or into next week as well. And as far as the regulations are concerned, I was about that mentioned. She did take out some portions as far as the regulations as it was saying, but this, part 6, the co-location $150. This is the part where we're gonna delete, correct? Well, so what I did was I took out all the sections that pertain to NTRC. So if you recall the last there were highlighted sections in there, and there was the language in reference to NTRC. So those were the sections I took out. So they are currently reviewing that, and I think we're pretty much in agreement on the regulations, and it should be ready to move forward. Thank you. Anything else? Charlie? Yeah, so that concludes the presentation of the week. Again, members of the Resources and Development Committee, we do have this update report from the individuals that are here before us in regard to some changes that needed to be made, and they did. I know that upon the last meeting, let me get a motion and second first. May I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson, thank you, Shiad. So going back to that, I know that the last discussion we had, GLAD and Navajo Nation Land Department was scheduled some outreach through public hearings. I believe it's one public hearing per region across the Navajo Nation. While here, Ms. Anderson, Vanessa did mention that they're going to forward the information once they are able to reach out to some communities where they want to hold public hearings across the nation. So that's really the only task that is currently outstanding right now. But In terms of the regulations, I've already seen your legal have anything to go off of. So, again, I know that with the draft that was sent to us, with the prior presentation you all did for resource and development committee, and we know what language are in TRC, acronyms are going to be taken out as we've been hearing that in TRC will be coming up with their own regulations and their area of telecommunication efforts, authorities and, you know, whether it's the capabilities of NTRC to oversee your obligation. So with that, I don't know, members of Resources and Development Committee, if you have questions or any comments at this time. Honorable Bob.
Good morning, and thank you to our team here for delivering the update. The only question I have is in regards to, there was also the mention of the franchise fee. Instead of we did ask for research to see if that would be more beneficial until the regulations undergo maybe a few years, and then from that point, then the set fee could take place. And the reason that we did request for that was, as I had brought up during that meeting, those communities that do not have the capacity to maintain the tower will be shut off. And so with that fee, that would be passed on to the customers. Also, just thinking about some of the grant opportunities for the communities as well. So a lot of them are on the affordable connectivity program, and that was the reason why, is so that if those towers are discontinued due to the regulations, then how would we work with our customers out in the communities? So I don't know if you have an update on the discussions as far as the fees. That was one of the issues that I did bring up. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Shannon, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that. So with that question in regards to Honorable Claw franchise fee, I know that it was supposed to be a research that needs to be done most likely on GLAD or Navajo Nation Land Department side, you know, in regards to when will we be able to, or is it even something that would be sufficient or beneficial to do. As Honorable Claude had mentioned, the concern is since a lot of our population here on Navajo Nation with a low income, you know, that the high unemployment rate that we have, the low income families, and also families that are on fixed income on a monthly basis. Those are the customers, the end users that we were concerned about, that we don't want them to be disconnected, and that these fees, should it be considered, would be able to supplement disconnection costs or at least partial payments. So I'd like to figure that to the prevention.
Okay, thank you. I'm really not aware of any situations where there is basically threatening to turn off any type of powers with that or information. So maybe we could meet on that. If you have time, when you're on the street, you can sit down there and go through that. And you can see exactly what you're talking about, because I really don't have any information right now at the time.
So that'll be your response.
Thank you, Eddie, and I do appreciate the opportunity to sit down and meet. One of the communities that comes to mind is, I think I use Low Mountain as an example. So there were very few families that are in the area, and that was my concern. And then also regarding the ARPA, remember I did ask a question about ARPA. There was a misunderstanding out there that these chapters were not moving forward with the towers because they were waiting on the regulations. And so during that time, it was made clear that there were no restrictions, that they could still go through DOJ review. So thinking about that, another community that comes to mind that is not highly populated, that also reflects my community of Chinle, would be the Spider Rock Tower. So if that tower is constructed, there is not going to be enough customers to maintain the use of that, if there's that high fee that's imposed. So just taking a look and then also reflecting on how carriers outside of the Navajo Nation utilize and also implement those fees. And so that we're not cutting off services from the customers and then also not including additional fees. Because like I said, that ACP right now, most customers are only paying $60. But if they're gonna offset some of those fees that are gonna be imposed by the carriers to maintain the tower, that could drastically change it to over $100 for a family. So that was the reason why I did bring that up. I know those are two of them that I'm familiar with. I'm pretty sure there's other towers across the Navajo Nation that have a low populated area that do receive broadband. And then we're talking about broadband as being a critical component of our infrastructure for ARPA. And so we don't want to dismantle that need. We're calling it a critical need. But my fear is that if we do impose these regulations without doing our thorough research, then we're setting ourselves 2 steps back. And we're going to cut off some of the coverage that we currently have. So that would be my response, Madam Chair.
Thank honorable law for bringing that forward. And again, the recommendation that was made by Etsy was glad that we'd like to use the formal law in regards to the franchise fee that is being recommended. Again, right now they're talking about the regulations, and I guess I need to ask the party here, Department of Justice and glad, when can Resources and Development Committee expect the final draft of the telecommunication regs? Our colleague, Honorable Rick Nez, would like to go ahead and sponsor draft legislation once it's ready. And also as Resources and Development Committee members, we would be able to sponsor vision as well. So we can just get that timeline, and with the request that is being made by Honorable Claw, I'm just wondering that is that going to impact and will that hold back the final draft of the regulation? So I just want to maybe get that clarified.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair Sue, thank you, Delegate Law. These regulations, because they're not in effect so far, they're not affecting tower buildouts. Just this past quarter alone, we approved 7 towers, and just this week alone, we sent notice to speak for 4. So it's not any of these regulations are a hindrance on build out, and as far as telecommunication going forward, what that would be our response to that. And I'll go ahead and hand the mic over to Veronica and the draft. But yes, we did that at the beginning of the development plan.
So, like I had mentioned, the regulations are pretty much, that I just need to take one thing, address one issue, and then it should be within the day or so we can provide that to the parties.
Coaching and for sharing that information as well. So members of the Resources Development Committee, that is made known here was that the regulations should be ready. I'm not going to say by today or tomorrow, but I should say by the end of this work week. So after it has been disseminated to Resources and Development Committee, if the regulations were clean and according to what we had agreed upon at our last work session, then we'll definitely go ahead and give the green light to Honorable Rick Ness to go ahead and drop legislation for able to go. Do you have any questions at this point, Honorable Officer?
Yeah. I would be go ahead and see the draft legislation while the public hearing that we have indicated during the 5 region be done first. I would indicate that, we do have the, public hearing, Howard talks about Sahara. And, here at leadership, we do understand the need for it, but at the local level, as an example, back into my district, I have heard others that own some. And young people go back, army, go back, nada, simply, or give one, give him down, live in the cave, so that will always be their stance to stay down. But that public education and to the regulation, and then set general information about the importance of having these towers there. As delegates, we come across that every day. I have a permit holder that called me, and then one of the ants, so she gets a hold of me, she goes, "These towers did not jack in the run. I think in the section of country, I'm not jack, yeah, let me out. I don't three times, you know. And back to that, you know, I just give, and it's explain to them the need for it. But that's your responsibility, not me. That's your responsibility. You get paid the bigger bucks to convey that information to the Navajo people indirectly. They hold salaries, yeah. The time just kilo the program needs to get out to the region. For me, I clearly request that you go out to Western States. If my colleagues feel that you don't need to visit the agency, it's okay. But they are leaving the process. The power of Coleman, the power of not personalization, the power of Great Mountain, the power of Black Mesa. So that information, I just requested to Western and get that public hearing out there so that we have record of nation showing up to where they're going to have a public hearing and the advertisement, where, when, and even got the signage sheet, because they're gonna see green, whether it's red or green. Someone's gonna ask, how is it not very nice? How is it not for me? That way, my response will be, we cut up the Navajo Nation, the Nigerian Montoya administration has gone out to the field and that they're public hearing. So they should not so they go they should sign it out. You had a chance to voice your opinion at that public hearing pertaining to this regulation into the telecommunication. So other than that, if there's no public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and vote red on this, on the main legislation. It's going to be my position because for the best money or that or your single or your never sure. ဒီမနေ့ဒါကျေဝဒီစင်အားတဲ့ခေဒီတော့ဘာစစ်ကေ so that's all I request what needs I don't know how it's built in their region it's you know it's up to them but for Western we need it as I tell you the only division director out of Western agency then no manager program manager here in Winter Islands there in Western agency daily and then managers at the lower end they are high the so the trickle effect from the upper level in Winter Islands yeah they are even now go up there and understand someone was in the past I used to doing my months. I leave able out of it. That's the key thing. So maybe I'll finish on the telecommunication regulation. I'll talk later.
Yeah, Honorable so, and that is a point well taken. I think that was one of the discussions that we had on the last first time on telecommunication, where it was very conference room too. So I believe it's been 3 weeks, or 2 weeks it's been 3 weeks since we've been having this discussion and in a sense, a disappointment to know that there still hasn't been no collaboration with which communities within the 5 regions that public hearings haven't been scheduled. So Mr. Polona, as Division Director for the Division of Natural Resources and as Resources Development Committee, be your oversight, we are kindly requesting to see if you can get with your departments that would be responsible in scheduling the public hearings throughout the 5 regions of the nomination. Just inform our constituents out in the greater part of the nomination about the proposed telecommunication regulation. Again, we are currently 3 weeks out or into this discussion, and there still hasn't been any date scheduled to this point, and I think that's would have to be a priority here. And I think we've also requested that we wanted Resources Development Committee members to be in attendance and to share the dates and the times of these public hearings. So we will kindly request that again. And I know that was a strong position from Resources Development Committee as we're set that we would like the public hearings to happen first because there was some concerns that were brought up where community members are saying that leadership is just approving these regulations or policies without federal input from our community members. So we need to schedule that as soon as possible. And with that, members of Resources Development Committee, I would like to hold off on dropping that legislation until such time the public hearings have been conducted throughout the 5 regions across the nomination. Again, just to give that rightful input and recommendation by our community members across the nomination. So I don't know any other members of Resources and Development Committee have any other questions or comments. Honorable Honorable Hernandez, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think we need extra that.
Thank you.
We can hear it.
Thank you. Yeah. So, certainly appreciate the information on this telecommunications regulations. It's been a long time coming. Comes on that sheet. We need to get everybody in compliance. That's the goal. All these towers, it'll be inventory throughout the nation. What else is being inventory is the co-locations. They are now nation each and not even they are this thing, yeah. Even late fees. Of course, they really need to comply with our nation. Telecommunications regulations. Out of the nation. By the so control. Out of towers, out of co-locations, and the Hispanic, age, they thing, so they can follow and abide by the laws that are approved by the oversight committee. Telecommunication with oversight. We discuss money, and I think that to me, I believe we're at that point where we need to move forward on. On September 21st, we had a work session in here. I don't participate. I'm but I'm not ready to report on it. So it'll go. Just keep in mind that we're trying to have everyone, all these carriers and co-locators come into compliance and pay the navigation. They spend actually, big things. It'll go. They still don't get.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nez, for your comments regarding the telecommunication regs. So again, for those a lot of or several members of Resources and Development Committee had expressed that we wanted to go in the direction of having public hearings first. And again, we've already heard from one of our colleagues here that if we do not have a public hearing, which in his prospective region is automatically voting red, although we know that the telecommunication regs is for a good intent. And we do understand as Resources and Development Committee, the amount of work that went into this regulation development, and not only that, researching how many towers are erected throughout the nation and who are the primary owners of these towers. So again, we'd like to address, getting the middle and the last leg out to a lot of our constituents across the Navajo Nation. So with that, right now, the regulations are going to be ready per our legal counsel here at the Department of Justice. But what we'd like again is to give consideration to our constituents back in the communities. And so technically it will be in the field of Navajo Nation Land Department being glad as to wait public hearings. And the sooner we get these public hearing dates going, then the sooner we can get legislation dropped. So if we can look at dates right here, even sometime by the end of this month, we would highly recommend that. So again, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the presenter for a response in regards to the request.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. As you were speaking and Jessica was speaking, I sent an email out. So I sent the email to say, let's go to those meetings of each of the 5 days. And then I just mentioned the main chapters, the bigger chapters. The city should brought for compliance, Chinley, and I will just get them ready. And I'll create a draft agenda and we'll also bring the chapters that way they're there. So I sent a link out today also, and I can see I'm writing an email. and Ms. Delona and Myron and Ms. Blackhawk. So yes, I did make that request to staff, so we'll get those scheduled, when we get the dates, we'll get it to you guys.
I really do appreciate that, Honorable, for me, Honorable, wow, sorry. I was thinking, I didn't know, I apologize.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the other issue that I wanted to also address, we did have the Office of the Controller at the September 21st meeting. And that was one of the biggest issues as well, regarding the accounts and the fund management plan, and then also how they are working with Vertical Bridge. That was the update I was hoping to hear today, but we did not get any information from that. So that's still an outstanding issue, which is critical because the way that OOC did give their report, they said that they have no communication with Vertical Bridge. There's no information being given to them from the division. So that really needs to be addressed before this legislation moves on as well. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, David, for bringing that up, and that is a very good point. That was one of the major areas that was drawn as a concern to resources development committee members' attention that were in attendance then. So again, I know that it was shared with us at the work session that through a third-party agreement, Vertical Bridge was the agency right now taking the lead in administering and monitoring for compliance, and also collecting the lease payments on these towers across the Navajo Nation. And again, right now with accounts receivable of Office of the Controller not having any information or where those funds being collected was going was all questionable as well. Now, in order to be properly accountable for all the cash inflows to Navajo Nation and to see that that's another form of revenue stream to the Navajo Nation, that was one area that we that needed immediate attention as well. So I'm not too sure if the executive branch with Division of Natural Resources or even Department of Justice, how this can be rectified going forward. So again, to the presenters, I do not know if we have a response for this particular item, but let me give it to Honorable Simpson at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members are receiving staff. Presenter, particularly important. Yes, we're here. Yes, I'm called. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, and members are receiving. So, his comments here. Again, I do concur with my brother delegate in reference to all these towers that are going up to have these carriers be in compliance. And a lot of these towers are put up without not going through proper protocol. And that's what we're addressing today in this legislation. And we did have a work session in reference to how the new board will be proposed regulation. The regulation is not on treat through cell towers. And we just want to make sure that these carriers follow the proper protocol for these towers. And fees that are associated with that is revenue support in our nation. We all think that how do we come up with new revenue support in our nation? And I think that will be discussed of how much revenues will lose because these carriers are not following proper protocol. And they're not assisted, they're not charged by the fees or paying those fees. And we have other carriers that are following protocols. Different towers. So since we don't have any type of regulation, it's just what we're hearing yesterday. We don't have this policy regulation in place, so we'll have revenues very difficult without an obligation. So basically, it's just we sure these carriers are in compliance. We go to towers like Celsius and that. And I think we need to move forward with legislation. So make sure that we have these carriers comply with new regulations so we can get the revenue for that thing. But it goes back to make sure these fees are set to these, materials, that it's not the cost not put to, our national customers. And that's what we're very concerned about, to where the cell service that they have is affordable. I think that's our biggest concern, that the cell service that we have is affordable. And I just want to be sure that these carriers are in compliance, and at the same time that we have affordable cell service for now. That's one I stand on now. But go back to the public hearing. We had these public hearing, and we're talking about Western, which is on Tuesday, Eastern Cities, how many people show up? How many people show up actually? It's probably just the local people that show up. We're all about 10. And guess who shows up? Grandma. They're the ones that show up. So there has to be another way to get the information out to our non people. What's the best way? Social media and radio. And once this legislation is dropped, I think we talked about that, how we're going to make sure that this information that's being proposed in those different regulations we're talking about. In the community cemetery and planning path. What do you say? We'll use the radio, we use social media, and when this is dropped, we want to make sure that tell people that make your comments, and we want that out to throughout the nomination. So people, we can have long people in comments instead of just having a public hearing and just having 5 or 6 people show up. But I think with what we're doing, what we requested from the proposed, when the report was done on the proposed, I know the artist had a work session yesterday on this very public. Hopefully that still stands. Once the legislation is dropped and the various community cemetery and that we will get the information, make the comments. I think this is the same way we can do that. Once this is stopped, put it out to the meeting, make your comments, this legislation and explain it to them through social media, explain it through radio, through interpretation, all that. And I guarantee we'll have a lot of comments. But we go public hearing in person, ground to ground from what's going to show. And that's probably about 5 to 10. I guarantee you, Eastern, Purple's not going to show up. Now, East is not going to keep members not going to show up. But if we get it through social media, we'll get you all a lot of people. So I understand what my brother's saying here. So I understand the people, I stand for that, the people need to know what we're passing. But we've got to use new technology that's available out there, just new ways to get information out there. We have it. Let's use it. Let's use it. And let's from here, we're going to skip 5 people, what just us. We're going to talk about what I'm recommending. We're going to get down to the now people. And I guarantee we'll get a lot of comments. I think we need to start doing that with all our decisions. Start doing our decision. Tell the people that this is has been dropped. And finding these comments as well. Maybe we start doing all our decisions. Then we keep the people informed. So, but this is the way I think we can get people involved in what we're talking about. That should be yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for your recommendations in regards to alternative marketing platform to disseminate the information in regards to telecommunication rights. Right, this time I'd like to go ahead and give it to Mr. Cotton.
Madam Chairman, members of RDC, it's just for references and clarification for the Resource and Development Committee. When the Resource and Development Committee did have this work session with on the National Telecommunication Regulatory Commission regulations, it was on Thursday, September 21st, and during that time, the discussion that Honorable Claude is raising with Vertical Bridge and OOC, it was also recommended during that time that the discussion lost track and it needs to be on the regulations and not on the payment. In addition to that, because of the concerns that came out of that, RDC did recommend And I have executed that we will have a meeting with Vertical Bridge. In addition to that, we will discuss in executive session, the Vertical Bridge contract and the scope of work. I've already notified Vertical Bridge and as well as the National Resources Department of Justice, GLAD, Land Department, that the contract will be on the agenda, and that's going to be for Friday, October 27th, and that will be held in an executive session. So the concerns that were raised during that time regarding the contract and the payments, that's all going to be done on the 27th. That is a separate subject per DOJ's recommendation, and Ms. Connor's time when this was raised is a different matter dealing with not regulations, but dealing with the contract and the fines. So I have executed that to raise those concerns. I just want to make that clear. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Conley, for that clarification. And again, that has been discussed as well. So executive session will be looking at the Vertical Bridge. So at this time, members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have two options here, and I'd like to get everyone's recommendation. I've already heard from Honorable Danny Simpson and Honorable Rick Naz in regards to this particular legislation. And with that, the legislation here is regulations for telecommunications. Now, again, as it has been mentioned, these are regulations that Navajo Nation needs to put in place for a lot of the tower developers out on the Navajo Nation. As you all are aware, that there has been on multiple occasions actually been shared with us that there has been an inventory that has been conducted by Vertical Bridge to find out who are the owners of these towers. And again, a lot of the owners have not been in compliance where they're in lease payment default. And how do we address this? The way to address this is through the telecommunications regulations. So at this time, going forward, this is what I'm trying to keep neutral with the recommendations that was given as my colleagues of Resources and Development Committee is dropping the legislation, but provided that Navajo Nation Land Department, DNR, and GLAD go forward and still conducting their public hearings so that we have all parameters identified in case community members come back to us. And also, just like we mentioned with the burial regulations, and I'm glad that Mr. Hutchin is here from the Speaker's office, is to use the marketing platform from the Speaker's office to make it known to our constituents that this particular regulation is in legislation and they have a 5-day comment period to comment on the particular legislation. And but the 5 public hearings still need to occur. So again, what is your response to this going forward? If we work this out by just dropping legislation, provided that we still have the public hearings honorable also.
Yeah, any delegate can drop legislations. It's what the law indicates. But again, legislation can be dropped. But later, but if the committee feels that they're going to move forward with the with legislation and Ashiko, but again, you may not indirectly. It may not look like it's indirectly, but it's going to impact people, but it's going to impact permit holders out there. Those individuals that have grazing permits that are actually signing. Or they may even say no more. You're not going to sign no more towers. So they don't tell us that is going to make again that or is there in the that is not what that there is a permit to go in the sign you get it all it's already going on with home site leases. Permit holders don't want to sign no more. And there's conversation at leadership of eminent domain. Just approve it. Let's waive their right. The naked initiate the nothing shahido besha otita. There's anikodo nikah ego none ego be like that. I can't do that. Alcohol, 8 beds for all open punishment. But that is able to draft legislation, I'll leave it up to resources and development committee. But that's just my ask on the informing the public, whether it's 1 or 2 people that shows up. Because someone's gonna ask, did you inform us? That guy with all needle. I don't think that. And that's what when on home site lease regulation, public hearings happen. That's what saves council. When the public hearings happen at these regions, people were out there saying, you didn't tell us, is funded that. There's uneventful decision. With the fees pertaining to the annual rental fee, because under the older home site lease, the 1993, it was $1 a year. When the amendment happened, it increased that rate, and that's when people were, whoa, what's this happened? And then all these other things. You didn't tell us, and that was the main thing that protected us, is that the public hearing, who signed in there? How were people informed? Copy of the flyer was included into justifying the public hearing, and people signing in. And there, you're that was my answer. We gave you a chance. But again, it's committed to move forward with the legislation. But I still stand firm on my end. On my end, this is forming the people out there pertaining to the regulation, even though it's bringing in fines and holding these companies accountable. But we have to inform them. The bottom line is these leases that are approved out there are leases that were land that were actually grazed on by permit holders, livestock. Not the Navajo Nation. Permit holder nation, not the The only way the Navajo Nation native go out for certain things is through eminent domain. But here, right now, this regulation, the permit holders still have the rights as un. Because I fishing, I did put it on. So, but if you guys want to move forward with it, I'll call it. That what my position always stand, that if they're not informed, I will not support it. Thank you.
The question again, John, for your input, I believe that the article of Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my RSC colleagues. That's what we do. That's what we hear from a lot of our constituents is community hearing, and they do want to know what's going on. What is projects and anything that's, went on here in Milwaukee. And I feel that we do provide that due diligence to our communities, informing them the information, even, down to, right of ways and, just the details of these, projects would help them understand what's going on within their communities as well as surrounding communities. So, at this time, I would really, support community hearings and, moving forward. I want to share with my artists and colleagues as well as everybody that's been to Zoom call. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair, and then last, my colleague, Major Honorable Clark.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Always. It's doing, what on this, is it then? How about city? Should you turn to page 24, subsection 18, tax, A, one, it says right here. Local taxes as amended from time to time and shall be paid directly to Tuba City chapter. Or the against township. Hey, that's it, and though, I think it's for itself. Oh, I see. That's it's okay if you want to have a public hearing at a Tuba City, we'll just tell them that. Right, if I'm not, and you have these here, this time, perhaps you could read this whole section at the bottom, sentence that says, such local sales taxes shall be paid to the office of the Navajo Tax Commission on behalf of the governor certified chapters. Does that include if 45 LGA certified chapters come up with their tax ordinance? That's my question. Number two, is Tuba City chapter, do they have a tax ordinance to receive taxes? Those two would be my question. So, thank you.
Go ahead, thank you.
I would like to, add chair, that question to the draft of the legislation. We did not. Oh. What was that? I was wanting to know where to go. Draft
Page 24, subsection A, taxes.
Subsection 18 taxes, A, page 24.
Should I have this? I can read.
Okay, I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Ms. Johnson.
So I believe Delegate Nance has two questions. One is regarding to the city chapter. So I was the Navajo Tax Commission and I believe now we has previously approved a tax ordinance for to the city chapter and also the township commission, which is those respective communities have also a sales tax of 50% like the Navajo Nation. So as of today, those are the only two communities other than the central government to the Office of Navajo Tax Commission that have its own Navajo Nation sales tax ordinance. As far as the other question, to Delegate Ned's question, I believe other chapters that have a 3 to 5 management plan can also get their own tax ordinance subject to the approval of Office of Navajo Tax Commission and also the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Did that clarify your question? One thing?
Yes, thank you.
One thing. So, let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Ottoson if you want to give your response. I'll go ahead and give it to Honorable Paul.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. But that reminder is law. Law. That's a must that can happen. But in it doesn't say anything about the permit holder. Chaos making that actual land user. That's my. Just a thing. Other than the case. So, that's an additional, for that then. Although in that, Aden, that short, that after happy what they connect we get to set in the we'll get to it. Then that vision of what that's law. They have to pay. What's not law is make sure that permit holders there, their voices, their concerns are met. And they understand. And oh you gosh, get it, quite honest as he can in the I need to gosh. In the art, sweet of sun in the yard, now and I will sense the elders will show up. Man, you piss off an elder out there that has a grazing permit, you're in trouble. So that's it, and they is that's the man. I don't want the dog that I'm getting to. I don't can't so say I bet enough. I pay G. I call alien now, it's gonna impact them. They're because they're in the midst of it's their lands that they utilize that brings monies into the nation. In this case, those leases out there, if they didn't sign, those lease dollars will be coming in, nor sales tax dollars off of these leases or business type leases and so forth. They're a novel nation. Any one this case. Even not the case. They not that they go you know, you can go ahead and move forward. That would be my position is that as long as the programs, remember the program, you want this policy to be changed. If RDC wanted this change, we would have been working with the Department of Justice to put the nuts and bolts together here. So he has unequalized or Nico, he or Nico, he had or Nico. A man, see kids. I thought it died and the funny that shouldn't on kids. Alcohol, object in the art, and the art, actually. Should not need not shadow and the because I can need a oh, yeah, I could add the and such case I issue now. I issue now. I did quite a picture. I did nature chaos actually. And even now, nascita. So, anzi, chi quello sani che e non c'è. Quindi, io, ya ci trove i scienziati. So, quel giornate di social media in città. Dice che nada so, opening maybe if we go back to the drawing table, we go back to informing them as well, maybe that wouldn't be the case. Even, thank you.
Yeah, Shiaj, Honorable Officer, last, I was going to give it to Shabajan, Honorable Bob, with your thoughts.
Thank you, Shai. So after reviewing the regulations again, I do think that we do need to include some modifications, and I believe that was all upon Ms. Johnson, just as you mentioned just a few minutes ago, you did clearly define the section regarding allegation sales tax. In here, there is no room for like how you mentioned it. If we could add that in, stating that if a chapter does obtain their sales tax ordinance, that they would be included. Because the way I read it right now, it only identifies Twin and Visit and Keaton Township, but it doesn't leave any room for any others to be added. So that's the section I wanted to add. And then the other topic that we did talk about, and I did not see a modification into this, was we did talk about, let's see, we'll use, I believe NTUA was used during the last discussion, and we did not know who they sublease to. And that was one of the areas that we said we would also identify in the regulations, that they would have to submit that information in accordance with the regulations, so that we also know who they are working with. But I did not see that included in the regulations as well. And then also on your temporary permit section, I just wanted clarification on one section that is listed there. It said that it would be waived if it came, let's see, in accordance with the nation. So if I could get clarification on that. And I think that we are right, there's no fees set in here, so that can still be negotiated and the regulations move forward. But those are the three areas on this regulation that I wanted to add in, and if I could just get that clarification. Because I do feel like in the regulations, we are saying the RDC is going to give the authority to the land department. And then also to GLAD. And then in that temporary permit part, it says that there will be a waiver if requested. So in that, I think we need to be more specific, who gives the waiver? And so that language is the area that I wanted to address. And I do feel that it should not be one person who gives a waiver, but it should come before RDC, and we could get that language to be clarified. So those would be my recommendations. And I feel that if we do make those slight modifications and it gets represented to us, then I believe that we can go ahead and move forward with it. And that can go consecutively with the public hearing. But as far as the fees imposed, that I would still like to have a discussion on, and I know that's not specific with the regulation. But then also, just to have some research done, so that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Honorable Bob. So, there were several questions that were posed, and I want to make a response. So again, members of RDC, when we had that work session at the Department of Education, conference room or whatever, when we were talking about right of ways and how do we streamline home site leases. One of the things that was emphasized to members of Resources Development Committee, members that were in attendance or via teleconference, that what constitutes a valid grazing permit holder? A valid grazing permit holder is an individual that has their name on that document issued to them by BIA, but for 2 consecutive years has gone through physical tally counts, their brand cards, and just updated information, and that constituted valid grazing permit. So again, with a lot of these developments that are happening on Navajo Nation, this is the verification that Navajo Nation Land Department and GLAD has to do. So with that, let me give it back to them for some of the questions that were posed.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable RDC members. I just wanted to let you know that on our website, we do have a telecommunications tower checklist. And on there, it has grazing permit consents. So that is a requirement, and on any application that comes from on any type of development on an application, you know, we always have to have that information known. So it says on here, grazing permit consents, a bill permit checklist listing all grazing permit holders is required. All sections of the checklist must be filled out to be sufficient. 2, use the consent form to gather consent from valid grazing permit holders. The form must be signed by the respective grazing official. If there are no valid grazing permittees, a signed consent form from the grazing official is still required. So, we don't skip out on grazing for anything on any development on the navigation. It's in our tribal act authorization access, it's in our site request, it's in our right of ways for non-navigation entities, you know what I mean? So we don't ever not have any consent for valid grazing permittees. As far as this clause recommendation, clause recommendation, I think those are good recommendations, and yes, I mean that would be a good point to make as far as having that information on there for co-location leases. So we think that would really be helpful on our end too, because we actually don't have that information and it's unknown. And I think Ms. Black Cat was taking notes, so I'll go ahead and let her speak. Thank you.
So, with respect to the sections you mentioned in terms of your recommendations for modifications, if maybe we can need to kind of go over those sections, and I can propose edits to include those, and then before I forward the final version to RDC.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your response. Honorable, also then Honorable Simpson.
Well, the other thing too is that when I was looking at the regs pertaining to so you have lands taken into trust utilizing the Navajo Land Settlement Act. And usually under that act, there's a certain provision there that requires funds, the lease dollars to go to certain trust fund. There's 2 trust fund that ties to that. And I believe the Settlement Act indirectly talks about any revenues generated off of it will benefit the individuals who are beneficiaries trust funds. And back on Twin Arrows, there's a tower there that Kuwait has, and the Navajo Land Commission has approved, at least with HUA, and so that moving forward, that some sort of coverage will be provided there. So that's the other aspect that I think that we have to look at, because according to the Settlement Act, it has to, the lease payments on there will have to go into that certain trust. But again, I believe there's a fine line on the revenue agreement. And I believe it's like 25% of it goes to the nation for administrative fee or the lease. And then 75% goes into the actual trust fund. And that's another area that I think that we're gonna have a general regulation across the board. I would clearly try to look at that area to try to insert language to cover that. That way that this set of regulation covers that area. As an example, another example is that we have the turquoise grant, which is purchased under the utilizing the Navajo Nasa. So if that land is taken to trust, taken into trust, there's a tower that's there, whether it belongs to Verizon or remember. Then the negotiation would begin to get that tower, to get them into compliance. So with that, the things of that nature will arise back into the area. That's another area that the Navajo Land Settlement Act was utilized to turn land into a trust. So any of those areas such as that would have that language there, and I think that's another area that needs to be explored and so that's the idea, because you're gonna have one set of rules, and you can say, well, this regulation does not speak to that. So what will happen is that O'Neill and the Navajo Land Commission and most likely Glad Office will be working on the lease to try to get the lease there, and the agreements will turn out to be that 75-25 ratio. So so that's another area that needs to look at. One final example is here in that this land here where this building is set is taken to trust you rather than settlement. So they make these payments to the beneficiaries every year. And they pay they want to so the other so thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Auto Shuttle, Honorable Simpson. You want to? Wishing. Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the presenter, as there has been a valid comment or recommendation that was made by Honorable Auto in regards to the NHLC Navajo Land Commission, or even near, and how that settlement has been settled, and the language provisions within the land status that these towers will have to be erected, or if there's existing leases. So I'll go ahead and give it back to Ms. Blackstein.
Thank you. In response to that question, with respect to Uranium and the negotiation of leases, I think we would have to look in, I don't know, Glad's records to see if there are any leases that have come in, because historically, I mean, we haven't been involved with negotiating those leases, and I don't know about one year at the time of that, but that's something we would have to look at. So in terms of the payments too, yes, you are correct, that would have to go into that specific one, but at this point, I don't have any information, and I think I can still look into it.
Yeah.
With respect to the two areas that you mentioned, the tower on Twin Arrows, and then the other on Turquoise Ranch, just so we get better understanding, and based on what we find, I think, if need be, incorporate additional language in those regulations.
Honorable Auto, does that clarify your recommendation?
Yes.
Liberty? So with that, I believe that we do have next steps. There's still some items that, Honorable, Paul had brought up. And Honorable also, and, at such time when you feel that the final draft is ready, please send it to Mr. Tony so he can distribute to, resource development committee members. And we can go ahead and go from there. But one of the things that, as chair of resources development committee, and again, I stated this at the work session that we had, back on September 21st is, we just need to give that due diligence, just like Vice Chair Johnson had mentioned, to have, our constituents that come to these public hearings, hear the regulations. So again, I just think that would be a better practice. So again, we just want to be, because again, the constituents at the local level are the folks that, put us into a position, I just like to give that due diligence to them in respect. So they did what they don't learn from their local legislation. All right, so any other members of resources development committee with any questions or comments? Going once, going twice, Rodney, could you please take roll call vote on report on the telecommunication regs?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 8. Honorable Shawnee Cloud, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawnee Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Chris Johnson votes red.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Otto votes red. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, members of resources development committee. Looking at, not the knowledge, to, and again, thank you to the presenters here. I know that you work hard, and also to our lead council. Thank you so much for, putting forth all the effort in examining, researching, and seeing what would be, sufficient, to go into the telecommunication resolution. And again, the applaud for all your hard work and effort. Thank you, awaiting an email from, the presenters here. So thank that. So with that, we go on to, review the report, letter B. Report from the Division of Natural Resources, the Navajo Nation Land Department, on behalf of Mayo Buffer of Canyon Shade, resolution RCS 51-85. We do have Mr. Michael Lono on the call, Division Director for Division of Natural Resources. We do have, Mr. Byron Mitsui on the call as well, Acting Department Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department. And we do have, Ms. Owen, Program Manager for Home Site East Navajo Nation Land Department. So if you could go ahead and, take a seat, and we will allot 20 minutes in regards to your presentation here this morning. Do we have a PowerPoint? No? Okay. You have a PowerPoint? Who's presenting?
I believe it's Mr. Malone.
Okay. Mr. Malone or Mr. Mitsui, who is presenting this half a mile buffer zone of Canyon Beach Shade? Star 6 to unmute.
Madam Chair.
Arnold Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I thought, came to a consensus among the members here at RDC to have these presenters, present their presentation. Maybe report this, as we see this, and we've heard a lot of these, individuals that we represented there, all the individuals represent, physical experience in this week. And so I think the main presenter on this report, first we gave the report is Mr. Moon.
feelings, I'm not sure how to remember it, actually.
Yeah, honorable citizen for bringing that up. Let me go ahead and give it to Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, the members of the committee, it is my recollection that, when Chief Legislative Council sent out the information regarding the in-person meetings, the in-person part, requirement was for the delegates and for members of the committee to have it, to be activated. So those delegates who have resolutions who present to the standing committee, they are supposed to be in person. And it was my recollection, to find the memo from, Chief Legislative Council that they presenters did not have to be in person. That the in-person requirement is because we have a mission. And I'll look at it.
I wish we could have this Khan. So, resources and development committee did state that we wanted all the presenters to be in person.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the Khan is correct, but also in that memo, it did state that it's up to the committee whether or not they want the presenters in person. As I've always sent out, all the calendar invites, to the presenters and the presenters, it says in all my calendar invites, note, all presenters are required to be in attendance unless otherwise granted by the Resource Development Committee. And this is in all the calendar invites to all the presenters, so they're well aware that their participation needs to be in person when they're providing the report to the Resource Development Committee. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Question. So with that, and thank you, Honorable Assistant, for bringing that up. So Ms. Owen, we would like to go ahead and just defer the report to the next Resource and Development Committee meeting. And have, Mr. Bologna and, Mr. Biden here in attendance as well. So with that, can we just go forward? Yeah. And so with that, thank you for being present here in the Ms. Owens. And then going on to item C on the agenda. Report from National Park Service and Office of President and Vice President on the strategic agreement between the Navajo Nation, National Park Service, and United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs for the cooperative stewardship of Canyon Shea, June 2018, as it relates to joint management plan. We do have presenters, Lynn Carranza, Superintendent for the Southern Four Corners Group National Park Service. Ms. Victor Becker, Legal Counsel for Office of President and Vice President. So I'm just going to go ahead and go with this one since Victor's not here.
It's up to you guys.
So members of Resource and Development Committee, we do have National Park Service representative here, but I don't know if you can recall an email that was sent out by Victor making a response to Rodney that she can't be in attendance as she has another obligation on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So how does Resources and Development Committee want to go proceed with this? And we also want legal counsel from OPVP to be present alongside Ms. Carranza with National Park Service to get this report.
Thanks, here, so you can just share.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to recommend to hear the presenter. This. Lorenza. Move forward and there's going to be no action taken. This is a report.
Again, thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. So Ms. Carranza will go ahead and proceed with getting a report in regards to the agreement between Navajo Nation, National Park Service, and U.S. Department of Interior. So can you go ahead and proceed?
And usually when these reports land, just to let you know, you do a lot, 20 minutes for their report. 20 minutes, thank you.
Thank you so much, RDC committee for, is it?
Yeah, press the green button should come on.
It's on, can you hear me?
You probably have to hold a little bit closer. Yeah. Okay,
Is that better?
You might want to talk just a little bit. The reason why we're live streaming with these meetings now, so we have to kind of raise our voice.
I'll try this. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, RDC committee, members for allowing me to present today. And I apologize, my co-presenter can be here. But I think that it's important to take another look at Canyon de Chelly and the management of the park there. And the history up to this point of how the National Park Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Navajo Nation have been trying to work together to manage those lands. So the National Park Service came into the area in 1931. And so the legislation that established the park is included in this packet that I gave you. And I apologize that the text is very small. But what I think is important in the legislation with the Park Service is that section 2 states that nothing herein shall be construed as in any way impairing the right, title, and interests of the Navajo tribe, which they now have and hold to all lands and minerals, including oil and gas, and the surface use of such land for agricultural, grazing, and other purposes, except as herein defined. And the said tribe shall be, and is hereby granted, the preferential right under the regulations to be prescribed by the Secretary of the Interior of furnishing riding animals for the use of visitors to the monument. So I think that's a really important statement within the legislation. The land remained land in trust. It did not become Park Service land with the legislation and with the Park Service coming in. So as a result, there are people living within the canyon. There are people living on the rims, and essentially the Park Service doesn't have a lot of authority where the people living within the park boundary are concerned. So the Navajo Nation in 1985 passed a resolution, and I believe this was what Mr. Helena was going to talk about earlier. The resolution of the Resource Committee of the Navajo Tribal Council was passed and established a protection zone within the boundaries of Canyon de Chelly National Monument. So it was defined by about a half a mile from the rim all the way around the canyon. This provided some protection of the canyon from activities and developments deemed by the Navajo Nation to be a threat or an adverse impact. And it was to remain in place until a joint management plan between the Navajo Nation, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the National Park Service could be developed and approved. And I believe that came about because there were a number of threats to the canyon. There have been permit disputes, conflicts, ad hoc building around the canyon. The canyon entrance has lots of signs, businesses, cars parked there. I have found in the time that I have been at Canyon de Chelly National Monument that residents have been very frustrated. They haven't known who to go to for what. They've been confused about who has authority over what. My office is the first one on the way, so they usually stop in and talk to me first. And every issue that you could conceive of comes up with me first. And then I've tried to figure out over the years who would actually help them those issues. Unfortunately, a lot of the different offices weren't even aware. You know, the response had been, well, that's the park. You need to go talk to the Park Service. So they would send people back to me to try to resolve issues. And so it's very confusing. Residents were really frustrated. There were law enforcement jurisdictional confusions and still are. There were folks who were allowing access into archaeological sites that were protected, vendor issues, and just, you know, a number of land management issues, which are not exclusive to Canyon de Chelly, but are confusing to people at Canyon de Chelly because the parks are there. So there have been a number of planning efforts over the years. There was an attempt at a joint management plan in the past. Planning efforts take time and coordination because it requires concurrence by the National Park Service, the Navajo Nation, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, all of which have some authorities there, as well as local chapters, which within the park area, I think there are 5 chapters that have lands. Those chapters are served by 2 different delegates as well. So Canyon de Chelly has never had a general management plan as other parks have had. In 1990, there was a planning effort to create a joint management plan, and it got very close to being completed. But when it was finalized, the president of the Navajo Nation did not want to sign. And unfortunately, my co-presenter could have spoken to that a little bit better, because she's looked through all of this pretty carefully over the years. And while she doesn't quite understand why it wasn't signed at the time, she had some ideas of perhaps why there was hesitation. So since I've been here, one of the first steps that I took early, oh gosh, I started working at Canyon de Chelly in 2013. So I think it was maybe 2014. We did what we call a foundation document. And this helped me just to identify what planning efforts have already been done, what things still need to be done, what work, what data still needs to be collected. And as a part of this process, I felt very strongly about inviting the community. So I had a public meeting where I've had community members contribute to this document by helping me identify what is significant about Canyon Share? What were the things that the community members found to be significant and important to take into consideration in the management of those lands? And some of the values that came up were family, that it's a divine gift, tradition, it's the center, farming, story, it's the homeland of the spirit people, connection to the past, to the land, and to the people, the place that brings me life, brings life to me, to the trees, and to the animals, spiritual wholeness, and that it's an awesome blessing. So those were just values that were stated by the community to be included in this foundation document. So that was one of the first things done. Then in 2015, I was asked to present to the Resource Development Committee by the delegate for the Chinle area at that time, Leonard Pete. During that presentation, people agreed that it was time to renew efforts towards joint management. And at that time, Bita Becker was the head of the Department of Natural Resources, and the committee assigned her on the spot to work with BIA and the National Park Service to work on this joint management plan effort, which she did. So we renewed planning efforts, and the Navajo Nation put $10,000 towards developing a shared vision. At the time, it felt like the National Park Service mission, which I feel very strongly about, is not what we all have in common. That we had to identify what we did have in common and develop a shared vision. And so that was the first step. Once that was developed, then the Bureau of Indian provided $25,000 to the Navajo Nation to complete the strategic agreement between the BIA, the NPS, and the Navajo Nation for cooperative management of Canyon Shea. If you have not seen it, I think I've sent that by via email, and happy to send that again. That agreement has been very helpful since it's been signed, because there's an appendix that identifies roles and responsibilities of the different entities, who people need to go to for what. So it's been helpful, but it's not a decision-making document. It's an agreement to work towards the joint management plan. And then our way of getting funding, I have applied for funds, and I have received funds, and I have funds available to continue this planning effort if the Navajo Nation will fund. So the vision that was developed is here in your packet. The vision statement was completed in 2016 after a number of public meetings and input from various people. And what we came up with was to respectfully share stewardship of canyon values and to protect and preserve its beauty, resources, and culture for the future. Osho Tole. Hope I pronounced that right. Then in June of 2018, the agreement, the strategic agreement, was signed by the Navajo Nation President, Regional Director of Bureau of Indian Affairs, and myself representing the National Park Service. And at that time, we felt like we had a lot of momentum. We felt like planning could continue. Um, but we had a pandemic, and so that really kind of stalled things, I think, for a while. But I am grateful to be able to present to you and let you know that the National Park Service does have funds to continue this planning effort. The Navajo Nation would find that to be a benefit. I think that the next couple of steps would be to have somebody identified from the Navajo Nation to help move this effort forward. I believe that a session to identify 2 or 3 different management structures that could potentially work here, whether it be a board, decision-making by a board with people from the community elected to the board, or somebody assigned from the Navajo Nation to work with Park Service and BIA. We already have agreements with Navajo Department of Parks and Recreation for a variety of activities that happen in the area. There are a number of ways that management could go forward in the future, including the Navajo Nation taking over management over a period of time. Everything is open, it's wide open, everything is, we can put it out on the table and take it into consideration. So, so that's where we're at. And like, thank you for letting me present.
Thank you, Ms. Organza, for the report. Members of Resources Development Committee, I get a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Motion by Arnold, also seconded by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of REC, do we have any questions for National Park Service regarding Canyon B. Chili? I know a lot of so.
Thank you very much. One is that, I think, as, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation and bringing the much needed information to understand the Park Service. And everything would boil down to the jurisdiction issue. And we know that the Park Service is created and it's held to the enabling legislation by the House bill. And or it may have been created with executive order, I don't know. And so that those two would I would see is that they have 2 types of jurisdictions. And I think you really have to go back to the drawing table to really see who really has jurisdiction there. And so the way I see the Park Service, if what presentation is correct, is that you're a sub-leasing. That's not or that's there, a sub-leasing. Or no, correction, a leasee. But you know, but again, the creation of the Park Service is for a reason and a purpose. And I think that that within the establishment of the Park Services, there's boundaries. And inside of there's now families that are impacted by it. And you just indicated that there's a lot of confusion and trying to figure out who has what type of jurisdiction. And even down to public safety and probably even down to, you know, health. But what I'm getting to is that I think that with the joint management plan that I really, had a dialogue with Mr. Leonard Pete at one point. Honorable Leonard Pete, and, that was one of his, reasoning was that, people wanted, basic, needs at the homes, such as electricity and water and, those driveways and, have been granted and water has been delivered to some of those homes. And I think a lot of that was into that, but at some point, things were, approved. But to go back, further, I think that, I propose that, this recommendation is that, the, immediate dialogue with the oversight committee, I just want to say thank you again, but, the Division of Natural Resources would be the, entity which we have oversight over to start this dialogue. Because this management plan will talk to issues of compliance. And the compliance there would be such as home factories, or earlier saw the picture of the of the trash that has been the illegal dumping and things like that. Somewhere, the minds have come together to find a solution for that. Because one, yes, women there, two, there's people coming from all over the world, clean park and things like that. I think that with that management, I think with the two, the Navajo Nation and Park Service and our trustee really need to get to the table on how that management plan can be developed, including the economic development portion. We know that hospitality enterprise there has the hotel at Thunderbird Lodge. And also the leasing aspects. And who is, I know there's an agreement with the concessionaire there. And then that dictates to, fees and charges that are being charged. And in my view, that if bottom line Navajo is in control, it should be Navajo rendering area. All really have the control of the jurisdiction. And I think that that's where we need to start first. Is to see where it's at and see where our services in the picture and coming together and the reasoning for this and getting everything on the board. And then from there, they'll start sorting out the spaghetti noodles and say, okay, well, you can do this and we can do that and we can join here and manage that and things like that. And from there, it's just negotiation. So I believe that the conversation is really needed. And as oversight committee, I think that we have to get our individuals that have the expertise in that area pertaining to the land. Because there may be issues in taxation, there may be issues with these things, there may be issues to even down to things like that, and mediation plan. I know earlier, but last year there was a flood that went through, and there's a people got washed out, and then the range truck that was stuck down there And, so things like that, that's what I'm getting to. And then at the same time, key things is communicating with the local people that are there, especially the ones that are living in the canyon. You know, what is their, you know, because basically what it is that a boundary was imposed on them. And they're living with that covenants, and I'm not too sure what they're told, because you can't do this, you can't do that. You gotta wake up at 12 a.m., 12 a.m. and roll over and go back to sleep, you know, I don't know. Maybe that direct dialogue and communication with the local level, that is something that is needed, and so that, you know, as policymakers, we could go to the drawing table and say, we're gonna do this, and you do this. But bottom line, we answer to the individuals that elected us into this position. So somewhere we have to have that having the local level and find and create a better management plan, so that you know, whether there's one in place, and how do we, you know, modify it and modernize it so that it fits today's needs. So that's just my thought. But I always say that on with the extension of the reservation that happened, at the bottom is still travel trusted. And when the withdrawals happen after the fact that land was put into trust, it should be still recognized as travel trusted. As an example, is that say you can, I'm not too sure what type of policies that was put into place to create that part. Authority, but people that live along the boundary, you know, there has been, you know, disagreements here and there, you know, and that will always be there. And again, that boils down to just creating the proper path for them and giving proper information to actually say, hey, you know, this should, you guys in the area, and we adhere to it and things like that. So that's all I recommend. Again, thank you. You know that came to the council, last council that came over at the chamber, made a presentation. And but nonetheless, you know, thank you for the report. And I think that from the oversight committee, I would just recommend that we get the natural resources to start communicating with Park Services. And then the other component is Mr. Mahoja on Navajo area office. We really need Mr. Mahoja, because, you know, what is the, you know, how does Navajo indirectly negotiate with Park Services? Because you're a federal agency under Department of Interior. But you have Mahoja, who is our trustee, you know, to make sure that these things happen, whether agreements happen, things it's in his shop that he needs to be at the table. That way there's no confusion, because somewhere someone may disagree and something, so that's the reason why I'm saying I really need to have the very administrative table here also in this planning. So because everything ties to some sort of PFR, even though it's not what jurisdiction, it's still adhering to the PFR. So then okay, Cheryl in line, and I'm sure she taking notes, Cheryl Curley from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And then, taking notes, show that, the, Bureau of Indian Affairs to be aware of this. And, you know, that's just my pitch from here. Other than that, thank you again for your presentation and coming here to, in the, say the needs for clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, she also for making the recommendations. That's, I'd like to go ahead and allow one of my colleagues on the Big Nomination Council to introduce himself. Vice Chair Slater, and I believe you'll hear those top questions as he is one of the delegates that is impacted in these particular areas. So I'm going to Slater.
Well, good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for allowing me to have a couple seconds. I've requested a report to RDC on this matter and the half-mile buffer zone matter. They're related, so I'm not sure if you need to bring that back again. I'm happy to brief on that issue further, but I know it's around the right, something concerning later. But the purpose of requesting this was to ask for a directive from RDC, and directive from RDC to highlight for speed. I don't want to continue working on this project if there is no prospect for RDC, principally the Nuclear Council, secondarily to actually support it. But it's a long-standing request from the communities that I represent, particularly the Black Rock community and state of Black Rock. And because King Shea is so important culturally, religiously, with two Navajo, but also within the region, all Navajo chapters are very concerned and would like to see this project advance. And so the directive or the request is to the Division of Natural Resources to support this grounds of support our communities and to support the office of President, Vice President, Inspector, the Chief Legal Counsel, and continuing this endeavor. And I hope that we can work cooperatively and keep you apprised if you are willing to support communities that we have and how things start to be put together. I think there's a lot of different ways we can move forward. We've already had different folks from the National Park Service come down to rebuild chapter house, other chapter houses. I know this is here and his chapters are implicated in this as well. So that's just my basic request to the committee that you be supportive of this and that we can schedule regular enforcement updates on your whole place. But there has never been a time in history where we're going to have creation of park where we have an opportunity to take over the level of management and have an influence in the decision-making process, the deployment of resources, protection, how our people live in within around the park. There's no greater time than now to be able to be over this place. And from the interactions that I've had with the council, we have an incredible partner here to actually accomplish this. So we have an agent within Navajo who works here. The Park Service is stationed on Navajo. We have resources higher up within the National Park Service that are interested in advancing this. We have an American Indian Secretary of the Interior. We have an American who's the head of the National Park Service. Exactly coming to Congress right now, but there's a presidential administration that has signaled their interest in supporting this. And I just want to see us seize this moment and really the opportunity. So, yeah, thank you so much. I'm taking more of your time. Share something about issues, share something like that. Shop. And across there, and giving people one to the Jewish people.
Yeah,
Thank you, to the honorable flavor for, your input in regards to our discussion right now. I'd like to go ahead and move the floor over to Honorable Bob. Again, Shadid, Shisui, Honorable Arso, Honorable Shanella, Honorable Delegate Slater, and then also our superintendent, Ms. Renza, for conducting this presentation. And I have met with Superintendent Renza regarding the park service. And so Kenny Deshay, Shana asked a question here, how many chapters does it affect? So we do have a Black Rock community, Saley, and then we have Nosley, because it does extend past Spider Rock, and then also Chinley. And then as far as the Chesky Mountains, which would be Dr. Nez. So it does incorporate many of those chapters. And so for myself, I do believe that this is noteworthy to go ahead and move forward. I do see the potential as far as creating a review board, just as we do have one for Black Mesa. And I believe that one can be created for Canyon to Shade, where it is a joint management effort. And then also the nomination council would be the ultimate oversight over the board. So that is my recommendation. It's too bad that we do not have our attorney, Ms. Bita Becker, but I know that she does have a longstanding history of working on this plan. And I heard through the presentation that there is funding availability, and I would like to explore that opportunity. I know that Shanella, Delegate Slater has also been working with Superintendent Carenza, but several of the issues that Shisui, Honorable Autoso did mention is the jurisdiction part, and I do believe that we did hear the underlying fact is that it is still trust land. And so that puts the authority on the Navajo Nation. And then I'm glad that BIA, Ms. Curley, is on the line. And so we do have procedures that in regards to home sites. And I know that a lot of our canyon residents, that's a seasonal home for them. Many of them do not stay throughout the whole year down in the canyon, but they are effective when they do move into the area. And the importance of it is because, of course, number one, we do have our residents that do maintain their homes. They do have livestock there. And then also the infrastructure into the canyon, such as the roads. And then also with the recent flooding, we do anticipate that annually, that flooding. And so it's very important to have a plan in place. This is also going to affect our economic development. Shinley Tractor does have an ARPA project that was approved, and one of that is the vendor village. And right now that vendor village is sitting in a flood area. So that also needs to be rethought out, and also the liability is one of the important things, and who will be liable if that vendor village is flooded out. So we do need that management plan, because as we heard through Ms. Carenza's presentation, there's already confusion when it comes to the liability, and then also maintaining the safety of the residents. And then also just to let RDC know that I will be introducing legislation that RDC will be the final authority. And it is in regards to this particular area. Many of the people that are establishing home sites, they fall within that buffer zone, that half-mile buffer zone. So I had families approach me, and also to Mr. Tonke, and the recommendation was that RDC did have to approve that legislation to get a waiver for them to establish a home site. And so if we did have that established in a management plan, then it wouldn't necessarily have to keep coming before RDC.
So those are some of the benefits that I see, and, as Janella mentioned, this is an ideal opportunity right now to, address these issues, and then also to create this plan. And I do see, K in the shade as one of the wonders of the world. We get thousands and even sometimes, we can say like millions of, tours that come through Navajo Nation, and one of the first stops is Kane and State. And so I am in support of it, and I would also like for RDC to consider this. I would also ask that at the next, report, that strategic plan be introduced to RDC, it be taken off the shelf, dusted off, and also presented to RDC so that we can move forward. And then I'm also requesting for Mr. Halona to be a part of the discussion. And also, if we can have BIA present during that time when we get the report as well, so that we can, move forward. But I am, also wanting to set up a meeting with the Park Service to see how the Navajo Nation can utilize the funding to continue on with the planning. So that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shadej, your honorable applause for your recommendation. And again, members of Resources and Development Committee, there appears to be momentum flow on this particular initiative regarding the joint management agreement that was brought to our attention via the presentation by Ms. Carranza. And again, we do have honorable colleagues on the 25th Council that have communities that they represent that are being currently impacted right now. So the thoughts are here with the just to continue the momentum with the discussion as it has been going, but at such time where it needs to be brought back for Resources and Development Committee regarding their strategy going forward. The reason why is because this being trust land, Navajo Nation still has our trust responsibility fulfilled through what we call the treaty. And again, that would be the recommendation. So I don't know, I know that Honorable Honor, so you did mention that to start an immediate dialogue with Oversight Division of Natural Resources. And also Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater did mention that the recommendation was to give it to Resources and Development Committee and really start looking at how we can address these current issues that were outlining any concerns. Part of these the presentation where DNR would have to be at the alongside National Park Service, but again, that dialogue has already been taking place with the PBP as well. So again, what we would need to do going forward is possibly come back for a update reports again from all parties. A work session. Okay, so going forward, Mr. Tonky, what I would recommend is a work session for this joint management agreement that was brought here before us, so that as Resources Development Committee, we have any direction that we need to go, being the final authority to see from the legislative standpoint as policy makers and anything Resources Development Committee needs to move on. So at such time as Provenza, we will be Mr. Tahi, our advisor for Resources Development Committee, will be reaching out to all the individuals involved for a work session so that Resources Development Committee can get up to date on discussions that have been taking place this time. Okay, Mr. Honorable Officer.
Thank you. I would recommend that as we move forward in scheduling this work session in that we do still entertain a directive at maybe the end of the report after the voting. That way, directly Division of Natural Resources, all the mines that's what we at the table, natural resources, the Bear of Indian, well, no, don't have jurisdiction over BIA. DNR and probably public safety also, because that covers that area. I think Division of Public Safety, because we do have oversight on the Rangers. So,
That's under DNR.
Yeah, that's under, and then, well, public safety too. Also, yeah, those two to immediately have begin to continue the dialogue and working on amending, or is it modifying the management plan or the development of Kenyon Shea management plan. And that was, that dialogue can begin. And then that group will immediately start reaching out to each other and communicating, and at some point you'll have a draft that when they'll present to Resources and Development Committee. That's when the work session can happen. And that way it's a working document that we have. But in the meantime, the administration needs to come together to start getting them, pulling their minds together. Thank you.
So the recommendation here is to also, well, he can make a directive to the National Resources and some of the departments under DNR. But public safety, we can invite not through a directive, and also Parks and Recreation would be under DNR. So again, that would be the police director, Mr. Michael Williams, to have all the key departments that will need to be at this particular section. First, I'm not going to the recommendations, members of RDC. Okay, so with this particular report, we will be going to take Honorable Ness.
Just real briefly, Chair, on the following. Thank you for the presentation. I believe that it's okay. Maybe we can have a work session and we can look at the canyon and see the, the view, everything. That would be great. I hope to understand all the concern that and
Yeah, that is a really great recommendation. We would like to go ahead and proceed with a work session there at Park Service location. Again, I guess members of RDC also advisor want to know you can put your for us. So again, the venue location is determined, but the logistics and everything will be coming from Mr. Potts. So again, we'll be going forward to next cost on this report, which we will be work session with all the key stakeholders that will be finalizing the joint management agreement. So with that, thank you, Ms. Fernanda. Do you have any closing remarks to make?
Thank you very much for hearing what your concerns are from the area there. I do have a big part for that community and the people who live in the canyon. So I think they'll be excited to know that this is moving forward finally again. So thank you very much to all the honorable delegates in this committee.
Change that and prevent it also to Honorable Vice Chair later for recommending to have us for RIC. Thank you, and all to the other delegates that have been involved in dialogue and discussions regarding this. So again, we do have next steps. So thank you very much for your report. So with that, Mr. Hoff, please make a roll call vote on this report. We're now to
Madam Chairman of RDC, this is roll call vote for items 5C. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tron.
Honorable Sean Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
And Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Martinez, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, with that, motion carries. On to, item letter D. And again, thank you and have a great, day and be safe out there. The report from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on the Charles on number 12 abandoned uranium mine, we have referred to the alternative to public comment to see. We do have presenters, Jacob, Stokes, section manager with EPA Region 9. And we also have, see that city? So if you can please, come forward here to the table so we can go ahead and, get your report, and we will allow 15 minutes. And I believe the, night is there on the chair. Thank you.
First, thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Johnson and all members of RDC for allowing me to come before you today again. I know we see each other somewhat frequently, so a couple of things before I begin. Just before you, I have a copy of the presentation. I'm wondering if we can have it live on the screen or. And then also before you, I have a public announcement for public comment period that we present to you before in June for 7th back in Eastern Agency. That will go to the public this month on October 21st. So it's a formal invite to the report of the development committee and anybody that's the public meeting to attend. So I'll speak on that on the latter half of the presentation, but I'll speak for the Charles 12 second.
So your PowerPoint presentation, since we have very low connectivity.
Yeah.
It's gonna really slow down the, Zoom or, so we're not going to do or display the PowerPoint, so we'll just go off of the handouts to share this.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so I'll start on the second slide, in terms of the location of the Charles 12 site. This site is a relatively small abandoned uranium mine site in the western Agency. The site is north of the Little Colorado River and on the west side of Highway 89 from Cameron Chapter. Moving to the next slide, just a little bit of history on the site itself. Originally, activity started to occur by the Atomic Energy Commission in the 50s, mining occurred from the 50s to the early 60s, and around 1,700 tons of ore were pulled from the Charles 12 mine site. The site was originally reclamated by the Advanced Mine Land Program at remediation under the Division of Natural Resources in the 90s, and EPA did enforcement on the site, and El Paso Natural Gas was found to be the party that was responsible for the site and 18 other sites, and they began investigating the site in around 2013, 2014. So moving to the fourth slide, and just gives an overview of the investigation that occurred in the mine lease boundary. So we surveyed the entire mine lease boundary for gamma radiation. The sites that are kind of outlined in the darker color, and I apologize for printing this in black and white, but I saved myself a little bit of money. Is the areas that were found to be disturbed, meaning, whether they were impacted by bulldozer cuts or their haul roads or those things. And then the highlighted area are the areas that were found to be elevated gamma radiation, the areas that are subject to remediation that we're bringing before you today. So the next slide, slide 5, is the slide that discusses our process on the allocation in terms of how we clean up these abandoned uranium mine sites. This site is the second farthest along the Northeast Church Rock site. Eastern Agency is slated for construction next year. But this site is in the action memorandum phase, meaning it's the decision-making phase. So we have gone to the public with the alternatives that were considered. We discussed it with the public. We've received comments from the public that I'll discuss and go over with you today. And ultimately, here soon we plan to sign the action memorandum, which is the decision-making document, and then pursue construction and design for the particular site. Just below that are the three alternatives that were considered originally. There were four. One is no action, which is the baseline, something that we always consider for a site. Alternative 2 is the recommended alternative and soon to be the selected alternative, which is enhanced on-site containment. And alternative 3 is a complete excavation and removal off of the now nation. Moving to the next slide on the bottom of the page is just a general overview of the site and how we plan to contain the mine waste. So this was a pit mine, meaning they just vertically defined the uranium mine seam and then drilled and then kind of cut horizontally along that seam to remove the uranium and ultimately take it to a mill site for processing. So what you see here is on the bottom of the pit is kind of naturally occurring radiation or uranium that was never excavated. We never, the mine company never went down that far. And then is the actual pit itself, which is currently backfilled for the most part with the waste rock that was left behind from the mining activities. That was backfilled in the 90s by the Mine program here at Navajo Nation. And they also put a cover over the top of that. And so what our plan is to do is to get the remnants of the uranium mine waste outside of what's in the pit, put it back into the pit, replace the abandoned mine lands cover, and then put an enhanced evapotransport cover over the top. And I'll speak a little bit more about that as we go through the public comment period and what we receive from the public and our response to. So just a little bit of discussion on the next slide, slide 7, which is, what can this site be used for in the future? And so we believe that when we add an evapotransport cover, that it can be used for grazing, and then annual operation and maintenance will occur. So the company will be responsible for overseeing this site in perpetuity, and anything that happens to fail on the site or the erosional roads, those things that are responsible for maintaining and doing maintenance on over the lifespan of this site. So the next several slides, I apologize, are super word heavy, but they are the contents of the public comments we received, which is why I am here today to present to you what we received from the public and ultimately what our response is to the public in the action memorandum. So before I begin, I'll just give you a quick brief history. So in September of last year, we went to the public. And we have a two-phase approach with the public, and I'll remind you a two-phase approach here with the Resource Development Committee that we agreed to in June. So we went to the public in September to discuss the alternatives that were before us in the engineering evaluation cost analysis, which is the document that describes the alternatives and the pros and cons of each one of those. At that time, there were 4 alternatives. One which consisted of an on-site containment, and then ultimately the third alternative was an evapotransport cover, and then the fourth alternative was to remove off the Navajo Nation completely. After that phase of work, interacting with the public, we removed on-site containment, which is not a protected with a cap. It's left dirt, clean dirt put over the top, and it was confusing to the public, so we removed that and kept the alternative that was more protected. So we went to ultimately into the decision-making phase of 3 alternatives. And we presented that to the Resource and Development Committee on the 1st of March and then subsequently to the public on the 4th of March at the elementary school there in Cameron. We had quite a bit of turnout, well over 60 community members and quite a bit of GPA and other staff. What we did for that meeting in terms of outreach was things that we do similar for big meetings that we hold, which is we had ads running in Navajo Observer and Navajo Times, and also radio ads in both English and in Navajo on KCNN twice a day for a couple of weeks. We also put postcards of the meeting announcement in the PO boxes of the nearby residences of the city and other places. So we held that meeting on March 4th, and that was the official kickoff of the public comment period, which is the 30-day public comment period. I'm coming before you today because I originally came to you in March and we've agreed with the Resource Development Committee in terms of consultation for a 2-step process. The first step is to come to the Resource Development Committee with EPA's initial findings of the site and what we plan to recommend to the public on what we plan to do to clean up the site ultimately as a final action. So this is our second phase where we agreed to come to the Resource Development Committee following the public comment period to summarize what we heard from the public and ultimately what we plan to move forward with. So I'll present some of those comments here today, and I'll try to summarize to the best of my ability, moving to the next slide, slide 9. So we typically in these meetings, and this one was no different, get a lot of community members discussing, their history with the uranium mines, whether the uranium miners or where they live nearby, when mining occurred, the impacts that they faced over time, whether that be, radiation exposure or cancers in the family, and just the general impacts. And we also commonly hear about compensation. Commonly back in the day, I know in some of the sites that I used to manage, that there was compensation by the mining companies to nearby residences, and also, as you guys are familiar with, there's the radiation and the RECA amendments and compensation to former uranium mine workers and downwinders. Our response, and that just kind of summarizes that we heard those comments, and our response is that we understand and we have resources to outsource some of those comments, but our job at EPA is to investigate and clean up the sites. And that's what we're tasked with. And that's what we continue to do over the number of years long it takes to pursue this endeavor. Moving to the next comment, community members expressed their concerns about the health and the safety of the residents and families living near Charles Stream 12. Our response was pretty simple to say that, right now, currently at that site, that there's not residences living on the site, or immediately adjacent to the site. And so we don't believe there to be current, safety and health impacts associated with the elevated gamma radiation at that site. However, it's not to say in the future that folks can't live near that site. And so our actions are to inevitably protect that site and administratively put things in place with the Navajo Nation through the home site leasing process, that folks don't live on the covered area or activate the covered area to expose the uranium mine waste that we inevitably hopefully cover through our action. Moving to the next slide, which is probably the biggest comments for today, which is slide 11. So in total, I want to say that we received 22 comments, 20 of which were given to us on March 4th, and 2 of them we received by email. 5 of the total comments were in support of the alternative we brought to the public to contain the waste pile on site and add a protected backhoe transported cover. And 2 of the comments were in support of the third alternative, which was to excavate and haul that uranium mine waste off of the Navajo Nation. And so that just kind of summarized that. And we also summarized the fact that if we were to take it off the nation, some of the implications in terms of trucking, and of course, something that we consider a cost. So moving to the following comment, talking and expressing concern with the effectiveness of the work that we're going to do at this particular site. So what I've highlighted for myself is the last sentence in EPA's response, which is that the evaporative transport cover, or ET for short, will be designated remote water storage in the upper layer of that cap, and ultimately transpirate or evaporate before the downward migration ultimately hits the mine waste, because we want to keep it as dry as possible. And then we would reduce the exposure to the main contaminant, which is radium-226 and uranium, through our final action. Moving to the slide 13, the community members also expressed disappointment with the planning of the meeting, the outreach of the meeting, and the method for advertising the meeting. I think that we always get this, that there's community members that don't receive advance notice. I took note myself during the first presentation of today about the ulterior methods. I think that either Delegate Simpson or Delegate So were saying that there's, social media, there's other things that we can do to get the word out other than what we're typically doing, which is radio, newspaper, flyers at the chapter house and that sort of thing. So I think there's more we can do in that arena. And I think that we're understanding of needing to get the word out so the residents that are impacted have the opportunity to have a say in our process. Slide 14. The community asked about the schedule for other nearby abandoned uranium mines. And so in our response, we summarized the fact that in the Cameron area, in the Western Mining Agency, that there's 111 mine sites, of which we have around 43 that are funded, and that they're all going through this process. And there's multiple different funding mechanisms depending on who the PRP is, whether that's EPNG, who's responsible for this side, or Enpro, or the trustee through the settlement nomination has its government, otherwise they're all going through this process. And they'll all come to the same process of getting input from the community prior to selecting alternatives and ultimately opening a public comment period for individual sites as they make it way through the process. Slide 15, couple more slides. Slide 15, community members asked and expressed concerns around the radiation levels and what our cleanup levels are associated with the site. So we did through our process, we do look at the future land use. What could this site be used for in the future? Is it possible to put a home there? Do folks want to move there? And so we did determine this site to be a future land use of residential, meaning folks could live there ultimately in the future, even though folks don't currently live there. So our cleanup levels of the site are effectively background, which is the lowest levels achievable under the law that I work under. So when we do restore the site and remediate the site, the surrounding areas that have been cleaned up are going to be cleaned up to the natural levels that are seen in the Cameron area and applicable geologies. Moving to the following slide, slide 16, concerned about stormwater runoff and the fact that this could potentially migrate in the future. And our response is that, yeah, that's totally possible. But we have, kind of on top of the Banyan Uranium mine waste, there's 18 inches of AML cover, which was done in the 90s. And we'll add approximately another couple feet of native soils on top about the work that we're doing with PNR, applicable to your oversight, and also an added rock mixture over the top that will prevent from stormwater runoff, and the fact that it will be maintained in perpetuity and oversight over the number of years, both hopefully by the Navajo Nation, the federal government, and anything that does happen at the site will be reconciled by the responsible party. Slide 17 talks about the cover itself, and so we just kind of in our response, specifically the cover would consist of approximately 18 inches of clean soil and 6 inches of rocky soil mixture that I mentioned, and the existing 18 inches of Navajo AML cover. The one thing that I'll mention here is that we haven't gone into the design phase of this site, so the ultimate design of this site will have our input, Navajo Nation's input, and ultimately part of that will have the community's input. We'll talk about the revegetation plan for that site and what kind of vegetation the community would like to see planted at that site for regrowth over a number of years. It takes a while in these arid environments. The last comment that I'll mention is that one community member asked about future monitoring of the site and who's going to be responsible and so forth. And so we discussed the fact that EPNG, the responsible party, will be performing cleanup and also will be responsible for the long-term monitoring and maintenance of the selected removal action. Last slide here before I get into the timeline of the next steps is a couple of things that I want to mention based upon the comments that we received. What EPA is doing in response is obviously something that we always do. We want to honor the traditional values and restore balance for the site. Working with the community during the design phase, particularly with the seed and the plant mixture, and working with them on timelines and knowing when to expect construction and that sort of thing, and where our haul routes will be and where the impacts are to the communities. The other thing that I think that we've made great progress in since the last time we met in June is we've established a great relationship with the multiple entities under the PNR, including the minerals division. So one thing we commonly hear from the community is, we don't necessarily want non-native soil coming in here. We want to utilize our native soils if we can. We want to, it has its own ecosystem. We want to make sure that that's restored as best we can. And so what we've done with the minerals division has across really the Navajo Nation, in particular in Western agencies, we get closer to cleanup, is working with them on identifying areas where either old dams exist or where there's been previous activities by humans in their soils that we can utilize, that are clean, that are at background levels, to utilize in our processes that DNR agrees are disturbed and can be taken for use. And so what we do is identify those areas, DNR agrees, we draw lines around those areas, we sample those areas to make sure they're not elevated in radiation or any other constituents. And also look at it for its geo properties to make sure that it's gonna be able to perform at the level that we need it. And those kind of processes are ongoing through DNR, and ultimately, if we do utilize those areas, which we plan to do, will be signed off by the president's office during the design phase. So on the timeline and next steps, so we held a meeting in March. We ended the public comment period in April. And since that time, we've been writing the decision-making document and the summarization of the comments received in our responses. And then this month, we plan to sign the action memo with the decision-making document and ultimately enter into negotiations with the responsible party for them to be signed up to do the design and ultimately the action, which is hopefully slated to start in all of next year and ultimately finish in 2025. So the recommended action for this site, I'll just say is approximated at 1.1 million. The outside disposal is a little over 9 million. And obviously no action at the site is estimated to be $0. We wouldn't take an action at the site. So before I conclude and answer any questions that RDC may have, I just want to speak to the second flyer that I gave you all. So we're, as you know, moving forward as fast as we can in our process, and we met with you in June to discuss the recommended alternatives that we have for 7 large sites in the Eastern Agency, and particularly in the Smith and Mariana Lake chapter. We finally got to a point where we can bring those remedies to the public for their comment. One thing that's also happened in the interim is Director Esty, the Director of Nomination EPA, has recommended that EPA move from a 30-day public comment period and opening it up to a 60-day public comment period. We've honored that request, and so we will open up public comment period for 60 days, starting on October 21st. So on October 21st, we'll be at the Pinedale Chapter House to present on the 7 sites, 5 of which are on allotment lands, which creates some unique circumstances for us. So we're heavily involved with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and others. And so on the 21st, we'll hold a public comment period. On the 22nd, we'll hold a meeting in Crown Point that is invitation only to the allottees that have stakes, and those allotments are impacted by 5 of these sites that are on allotment lands. So this is my invitation to you. And we'll also send a special notification invitation to the council delegate Arvizo that has constituents in these areas and other members of the Navajo Nation as we see fit. So I'll conclude, and I appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions. Again, my name is Jacob Phipps. I'm a section manager in EPA based in Flagstaff. I've come by the way of Phoenix. I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, been with EPA for about 7 years, so I give the floor to the chair.
Okay, thank you, Jacob, for your report. The presentation that you provided along with the invite to a public hearing that will be scheduled on October 21st, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. time. They'll Chapter House. Thank you to the team with nomination EPA as well. Members of Resources Development Community, I get a motion to accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second? Honorable Quah. Members of Resources Development Community, does anyone have any questions or comments? I think to this point, Region 9 Office of Nomination EPA has been collaborating and taking into consideration a lot of the comments and recommendations that were given to the team there, the EPA. So it's kind of like the way to do it for my colleague Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. Well, recommend that, your team, go out to the chapter planning meetings, regular chapter meetings, and social media, like you said, newspaper, purchase front page. Times also the open observer as well. I know a lot of influence, still reading the newspaper. So again, thank you for providing your presentation and working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair Johnson, for your recommendation. Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Chair, all of this. I just have one, how many people attended the public hearing at Cameron chapter? Thank you.
Yes, let me give you a little bit of background. So what we've done particularly in Western, because of the number of blindsides. And what we were doing in the past is when we would finish an investigation, we'd go to the public and we would have many meetings throughout the year on various projects that, people may or may not know exactly where that blindsight was. So what we've done the last couple of years in coordination with now EPA is hold 2 large meetings per year, one in the spring and one in the fall, on updates where we invite all the stakeholders, EPA, now EPA, and everyone to get an update. This particular meeting, we had over 50 community members. So what we did was we had signage sheets, just like we had for resource development committee today. We had one for the community members and one for everybody else, because typically when EPA comes, so does a lot of non-community members and stakeholders and folks. And so we made sure that we had an idea of the number of community members that were impacted, or at least nearby. And we had over 50 community members signed this meeting. I will be honest with you that it's one of the larger meetings that we've had. Vice Chair Johnson was at that meeting, a few others, delegates was at that meeting and so we had, what I believe to be a fairly good turnout for a community meeting in the Western Agency, but over 50 community members served.
Honorable Diane Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I'd like to hear from our expert within the nomination, Mr. City, on what you provide to us today. I'd like to hear from him. He's our expert in reference to this issue about how we're going to, these abandoned uranium mines. Madam, I'd like to request Mr. City to respond to this report with you, and I think we need that here from our expert. Madam Chair.
Question? So with that, I'd like to go ahead and acknowledge my colleague's recommendation, Honorable Simpson, requesting our nomination EPA Division Director, Mr. Stephen Nancy, to talk to this dialogue that we're having here regarding the Charles no 12 let's see, preferred cleanup alternatives. So Mr. Edsy. And also at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give the gavel over to Vice Chair Johnson. He will be taking over, ready to lead here this afternoon.
Yeah, Madam Chair. At this time, it's to the floor over to the city for joining us. Are you ready?
The application of members of the Resource Development Committee. Other council delegates who are in attendance. Our partner in the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Region 9 office, San Francisco, and the Flagstaff sub-office, with Jacob Phipps. Also members of my staff from the Navajo Nation EPA, and a couple of our partners that we are working with, our Navajo Nation Department of Justice, legal counsel, and our director from the Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission. We are all participating, and we have been participating in these planning activities and the development of options to get to where we are today. I just want to start by expressing my appreciation for all of the help from within the Navajo Nation. Also to our partners from the Division of Natural Resources, the Abandoned Mine Land Program, and as just mentioned, the Minerals Program as well. At this point, the slides that Mr. Phipps has provided to you is indeed very thorough and very well representation of some of the critical and key aspects that we have been waiting to see. This whole process that has been explained over and over again, both to our council delegates, to the staff at Navajo EPA, and to the community. We call it the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or CERCLA process. Like, it is a long and arduous process. And for this particular identified abandoned uranium mine, we are getting to the final decision as to how we are going to remediate the Charles Hushgon number 12 abandoned uranium mine. There are, as Mr. Phipps mentioned, prior meetings that occurred before the 24th Navajo Nation Council and prior administration. Coming on board in January and knowing that this particular process was well underway, we at Navajo EPA had our staff working on this, our environmental specialists and remedial project managers, and our department manager, Mr. Warren Rowe. Coming very early on my second time at Navajo EPA, it was very good to know that the staff has been very attentive and working closely with the US EPA partners, and also that we have a good fundamental cooperative working relationship internally between Navajo EPA and the Division of Natural Resources. And as Mr. Phipps has explained in his presentation, there have been some concerns overall, not directly stemming from Charles Hushgon number 12 in particular, but just as I have come back into the whole process and watched what was happening and getting updates and briefings, we have made some recommendations for this part of the circle process. One of the things that became very evident to me from EPA's activities and their commitment to put more of their people closer to our work project sites, and also listening to my staff, we have seen and we have been a part of a very good expansion of community engagement. And I would just like to say publicly that that is something that is needed. And that is something that the US EPA Region 9 offices should be acknowledged for. But there were still some things that I had some questions about. And Mr. Phipps has included in his report some of the discussions that have happened since the public comment period closed in early April about community involvement and how we present all of this information that leads to a governmental decision, how we present this information to our community people, the ones who are directly impacted, and what the expectations that we set when we engage them. And I really do have to thank US EPA for agreeing to this two-step or two-stage discussion or consultation before going to a final decision on a cleanup. And having it in particularly focus on how they analyze the community engagement and the actual public comment that they received. It was in August and September that we had some follow-up discussions from our June discussion with Mr. Phipps and his managerial colleagues from Region 9, and we got more into the answers to their question: how can we improve more? And quite simply, everything that we do in this regard, using this circle process, we're oftentimes creating a precedent. We're doing it for the first time. Or we haven't done this particular set of decision-making in a long time. And there are new tools, there are new science, there are new understandings about these contaminants of concern, the uranium, the radon, other heavy metals. So it begs the question, how through all these processes can we stop periodically and ask ourselves the question, are we doing enough? Can we do better? And that is basic thesis upon which I rest a lot of my questions and the concerns that we've raised since I've come back into my service as executive director. EPA has done quite a bit to inform themselves and to become better partners working with the Navajo Nation. But I reminded them that the circle process is a process that wasn't necessarily devised to work within tribal communities. The fundamental aspects that it relies upon in its science and its risk modeling do not rest upon studies of our Navajo people or even indigenous people. Now, over the past 10, 15 years, EPA has made some great strides recognizing tribal ecological or environmental knowledge and understanding that a lot of what they need to do with problems and making corrections that impact indigenous communities is to really listen to indigenous community members. They are doing a better job of that today. But it also begs the question, these processes and these procedures and these tools within the circular toolbox, they're still not necessarily directly applicable for our needs. And that's where we need to keep pushing to not stop. And I believe that we have a partner in the US EPA Region 9 and also their colleagues in the US EPA headquarters offices of the Office of Land and Emergency Management. Yes, sir. We're open to this. Charles Hushgon number 12 mine is a very important decision. While we have made important decisions, such as the one, several of them that have resulted in time-critical removal actions, such as the Northeast Church Rock mine, Kubira mine, and up at the Cove transfer station and near the Cove Community School. All of those are actions that could be and should be at some point in time reviewed. And my simple request in raising these issues to EPA is that let's recognize the important work that we're doing and the critical aspect of these decisions that we're making, but let's not get too excited and pat ourselves on the back too much because we can take some time after we've made some of these decisions and seen how they work in reality, and let's do a review. There are a lot of other questions that will come up after we pass this particular point in the circle process. And I'm glad that Mr. Phipps mentioned them. The question or the phrase, the question raised by the community in their public comment, who's going to be responsible for this in the long term? And the response and the use of the word in perpetuity. I don't want to be facetious, but I think we've all heard as long as the grass grows, or as long as the water flows and the grass grows and the sky is blue. The federal government conveying long-term commitments that don't seem to be long enough. Something simple as that, we need to be mindful as we go forward. And in this particular instance, we are also fortunate enough to be working with a viable company, the El Paso Natural Gas Company, and the other entities that they're affiliated with today. If I recall having negotiations on Northeast Church Rock issues with General Electric, and in the heat of a lot of our past disagreements, GE would get up and stand on the fact that their Fortune 500 companies have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years in the United States. And while that is significant and that is something to recognize and acknowledge, that still doesn't come anywhere close to the amount of time we've been here and how best we understand our lands and what we see for our future. So working with a responsible party has its benefits, but it also begs us to be mindful that companies can go away or companies can be bought out. And so in perpetuity and for the long term, there are certainly a lot of things that we still need to be mindful about. One of the other aspects that I would like to just raise in my comments today into my report to you is that the next stage is moving to the design. And there are some issues that we're becoming aware of as we spend more time reestablishing the partnership between Navajo EPA and the Dene Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission, where we see their concerns and their desire to be a part of developing the design for this particular enhanced containment cleanup decision. And I would just like to let you know that now the EPA is working more and more side by side with Director Winona Bahashon and her colleague, Dr. Clifford Anderson. We look forward to having a strong partnership with them, and we look forward to their reestablishment of their commissioners by virtue of renewing and getting a reauthorization of their plan of operation. There are some really important things about design. It is significant that we're at this point where we are picking an option, but the details still need to be worked out. And in particular, the one issue that didn't really come up in the public comment period, in that the location of a particular part just away from the main cleanup area where there's a natural outcrop. And some of the discussion that has been held so far between the Navajo Nation and US EPA about what's called a naturally occurring radioactive material, or NORM. The other type of definition that EPA works with regarding these, it puts a T in front of norm for the word technical. Technically naturally occurring uranium material. In this particular area, as we've heard and seen in all of the characterization done at this particular site and others like it in the Western Agency, the ore is very close to the surface. And in some instances, that is very beneficial for the cleanup. But it also means that we have to be mindful and watchful for naturally occurring outcrops, where the material is also of a concern because it has high readings for its radioactivity. And the exposure risk is also going to have to be remain a concern. And we're going to have to continue to be watchful and hopefully, where it's feasible, include those in these cleanup plans. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention. As we go to other locations, whether we find other natural outcrops and locations of norm evidence or technically naturally occurring radioactive materials, these will need to be factored into the program and the decisions that will be made for cleaning them up and including those as best we can in the ultimate reduction of exposure risks and improving health and protecting the environment. We certainly have a lot of focus on where the majority of the mine waste material are found and how we are going to be bringing them to removal or consolidation and containment. But we also have to be mindful that there is still outcrops that can come to our attention. Lastly, I would just like to express my appreciation to the leadership here in the council and oversight committee, the resource and development committee. We have a lot of meetings and discussions where you're going to hear at the beginning of the public comment period and then a second discussion after the public comment period. With the EPA's plan to issue more than a dozen ECAs and action memorandums by the end of this calendar year, that's quite a schedule for this quarter, I think. I do understand that colleagues at US EPA may be revising their projections for when these are going to be released. But there will be a lot of your time that we will be asking for and your attention to these issues. And at this point, I would just like to thank you for what you provided since you've been in your seats now since January. There are not only the consultations and discussions in front of the resources committee, but in the Eastern Agency, as Mr. Simpson knows very well, with the issue of allottees coming up and some of these EPAs that are going to impact allotment lands. We recognize now the role and the importance of including an entity such as the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. And I believe both EPA, US EPA and Navajo EPA understand one of the things we can be doing better is working better with our BIA officials on land status issues, so that we understand how the lay of the land really is, not just on the surface, but also on the subsurface. It's something that we still need to sit down with our BIA partners and listen to what they have to say. So the last question or the last item I would like to ask for consideration from the Resources and Development Committee as we go forward for a lot of these other mines that are coming up is the inclusion of the local level. In this particular instance, for this particular mine, Charles Hushgon, we have the delegate who represents that community on the oversight committee. But as we move across the Navajo Nation, there may be other abandoned uranium mines that are going to be reviewed and having decisions, and there may be no direct representation. I know in the Eastern Agency, we have another commission and another set of delegates that we can discuss these matters with. One question in this regard is, when we get to that point, would it be appropriate to also have the Eastern Navajo Land Commission council delegates be a part of these discussions? We may be meeting with them separately as we get through these discussions, but when it comes to the final consultation and decisions, that's one thing. One question I would like to leave with the Resources Development Committee, and we can discuss that as we go forward. And as we move to other places in other agencies, if there is a mine site where, like, for example, Cody, Shema is still sitting in the back of the room there, Delegate Crotty, would it be appropriate to have her be a part of these discussions, or other delegates if there's multiple chapters that may be affected by things? So I understand that our primary consultation, representation between the executive and legislative is comprised of myself and my staff with DOJ's assistance and the RDC. But these are place-based impacts, and the community is being engaged and is getting expectations set through the public comment period. And I think it would be a good question to provide an answer for, is if there needs to be additional representatives from the locations of these abandoned uranium mine sites involvement in our discussions as we reach these final decision points. With that, I again want to express my appreciation to the US EPA Region 9 Regional Administrator, Martha Guzman, for her willingness to listen, especially on the 60-day comment period. I simply spent about 20 minutes with her in July at the opening of Mr. Phillips's branding office in Flagstaff, and explained to her that our chapters are reopening after COVID, getting back to the 25-person forum. And that in the chapters, there's also other tiers of discussion that can be held either grazing officials individually or at just the district level with different grazing officials all coming together. And that our TUPSI are oftentimes interested in knowing what these decisions are all about. And so all of that happening and having to take place within the 30-day period, I presented to our regional administrator that it might not be enough time for all of these meetings and discussions to take place within the chapter to get to a point where a chapter would feel comfortable in giving a good resolution or a good decision on a resolution to support the cleanup or whatever they want to voice by the end of the public comment period. So I want to express my appreciation to Region 9 for listening to that and agreeing to expand the public comment period. I think it's important for our local leadership and the people living next to these sites. The other, we're going to keep working on other aspects of community engagement and hopefully getting better. We want to get the training, what we call Uranium 101 workshops deployed at every chapter. That was my simple request. And now that the federal government is in its new fiscal year, and although they only have a 45-day budget, we're hopeful that the federal government will get their budget situation straightened out and that they'll be able to put all their efforts into getting the information out there for all of our chapters, and to not leave it at a request basis, that we just get out and provide it. And for some chapters, multiple So, those are some of the things that Region 9 has been listening to. My office and my staff and myself. And again, in that regard, I just want to extend my appreciation to you, Region 9, for their partnership up to this point. Again, it's not about.
There is a city your comments that. There is something. That. That's when your points, you're the follow. Thank you, Mr. City, for your report here. Reference we were doing for the fairly big. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we talked about this morning to make sure that we convey these type of information back to our constituents. And they're definitely involved, and definitely be included in their concerns. That they're being heard by the nation, especially the federal government. And I know these public comments here given us today. And just like you say, how we better. We also have to look at that. We should now are involved and they're concerned with her and how this issue because they're still being out there. They're still and they don't talking to very new situation on a daily basis. It has been there and everybody was I think there years and years. And I appreciate what's being done because of the issue that has been on midnights. I appreciate that. The concern is how do we go about that? And there's a term this capping, consolidation capping, I can't really turn out the use and also the regional repository or also there's also being that you and last thing back in June. That was all brought up and I know that there's concerns on capping or consolidation capping. And it seems like on this site, what's being considered is for capping not taking off and transporting it somewhere else in all this. I just want to make sure are heard, and I want to make sure that they support the decision that will be made after the comment period. That you really think what you want, how the screen will be. And it's just something that facilitate is good. We have this therapy, I hope. But we do have really good people, we have this is already. And we're going to make sure that this information is conveyed to our people. And it has to be, you guys are doctors, you guys are been working to cut that issue. The only thing I ask for is to make sure because these terms that people understand. I mean, you have to understand what you're talking about and talk fast. You talk very, very fast and we can comprehend what you're talking about. But when it comes to our natural people, you gotta slow down. You gotta slow down so they can understand what you're talking about. And in terms of being used for this whole process that we're talking about, the team that we was turned out to be so they understand. So again, Mr. I'd say I do like your recommendation. There's a little area that needs to be cleaned up. Yeah. Make sure we follow the elements that we're in the service. Other people get involved that are part of those areas be involved with RC. I really support that. To make that happens. So then, really area that's outside of our levels here that we're still going to keep. Every delegate is there. We definitely have to make sure that delegate is involved these discussions. But again, thank you so much, EPA, how much EPA will do so much, I know it's what I do a lot over here. And it takes a while, but we're going that direction, I appreciate that. So those are comments, especially on the like to, in the assumption, I do, I do agree with that, communication and how you're gonna explain, yeah, to our elders. I think that I'm just kidding. But I'm going to do all of this yourself.
One thing that, as you go out to these communities, you know that as, before happened, there is, individuals that were very knowledgeable, at these courts. We have the abandoned mine staff that, is, they're aware of, where things are at. But a lot of it is that the actual local. Just like, the guy that, helped you guys at Chairman, who was your, liaison and who has a lot of all the history and knew where the mines were located because he grew up in that time era that he noticed. So out in those communities, we that indirect individuals that have those knowledge, very knowledgeable to have there. And just so that, makes things easier, even with leadership, just to show them where things are at. But nonetheless, is just that also that as you move forward to a program, moves forward to educate leadership, I think that mechanism can be controlled from as his office there. Whether it's going to be a report to at the local level, or just have a joint leadership meeting between two recognized bodies such as Resource and Development Committee and Eastern Land Commission. Or you may just do individual leadership meetings for the stakeholders, so that you make sure that delegate is there from that region who's representing those communities. So I think that's one route to be communicated. And then you have the oversight here, and the oversight pretty much that's responsibility to come forward to give us an update, especially the city's office, and just where things are at, where we at on certain issues. As an example, we were there at that site. That is Hushkon. No, and across from the west side of Highway 89 up against at the cemetery. And there's a lady there that indicated that they ended up going away with the sheep, their livestock. Because somewhere they took their sheep to NAU to get the performance test, things like that, and they found traces in there. Cancer instead, so horses family, and they're the ones that brought that concern, indicating that they ended up just selling their sheep and didn't want to carry that burden on to other people because you know, they were eating. As food. But what I'm getting to is that the other issue comes down, what comes down is that I think in certain city, I think that's another dialogue from EPA officers and the in US EPA and even RDC. What do we do in those cases? The permit holders that willingly step forward and do away. But again, when you look at those, you know, those grid that they hold, that was for their livelihood, you know, and that was their economic value. People think that grading committee is for a hobby. It's not. No, it's for economic value. It's for economic purpose for the family to sustain themselves, whether it's, you know, to be self-sustaining or to be able to market their livestock in the current market. If there's a need for livestock out there. So that's just the way I see it. And somewhere that was impacted. Today, no one really has not spoken on this that issue. How do we, you know, for instance, like you look at today's cattle price, one cow that's that has adequate weight, you know, you take it to the market system, get about like $1,300, right? And with the current cattle market, you know, the cattle market fluctuates. But, you know, family, you know, what is the economic loss for that family? Times this year, then over the course of years back, that's how that they were struggling. They were in their permitted grazing area and where they were allowed to graze. But this happened in that and chose to do that. So their economic stability was actually directly impacted because of the mining. And not anyone that's impact other individuals as they sell sheep. Like on that one, if a family needs to treat, hey, you have to keep the hiking or ceremonies going on, so they donate a sheep and that will be breakfast, lunch, or dinner there. But you know, this is how they help each other. But this family chose to away with it willingly, but you know, how are we looking at that for them? Because I think that if that family is going to pay somewhere, we need to find a mechanism maybe to reward that and that, you know, maybe offsetting whatever animal unit is to what animal sheep unit is times the number or the number of times the animal value and really you know, yeah, because they are not ranching. So that's just what I was thinking about as we were talking about plants. We were talking about when everything was covered and everything cats put on and the receiving happened. You know, so those families are directly impacted. So that's my thought. I don't know how the program sees it, whether it's the EPA or from the nation, but those are just something that I see because people that have sheep and cattle and horses, that's their livelihood each day. And for that family to say, we're not gonna have no sheep, we're not gonna raise any cattle of this. You that rip a certain thing out of their capabilities, you know, them out of their livelihood. Now that's what they're doing. You know, overcoming. I think
Yeah, speakers slow and I'd like to give a floor back over to. Page 9, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, everyone. Appreciate that, Vice Chair Jonathan, and thank you, Mr. Costello. So I think we're understanding of that. And we understand that there's impacts, both economic and livelihood impacts, frankly, to these sites that exist. I'll just be clear about from our standpoint, especially in in terms of compensation. Again, our agency, we really see it as if we didn't create these sites, we didn't find these sites, but we are coming in to help remediate them. In terms of the future, I think, and I've talked to community members that even if a site, let's say a site like Charles Cushman 12 is left in place, there will always be, it will be seen as a Band-Aid for years, right? The mine waste still exists. What we're looking to do in the design period and after vegetation takes place is there will be a restriction in terms of excavation and housing on these sites. We look to design these sites with the amount of cover that we put on the vegetation that's native to these areas to be able to be utilized in the future for grazing. Now, whether we can produce the amount of education necessary to communicate to these community members and the folks at graze that it is going to be safe in the future, I think that's yet to be determined because that scar will always be there. And I think we're understanding of that, but it's our hope that in the future, through sampling of vegetation and once receding takes place, that we can show that these constituents aren't being uptaken by the plants ultimately then would be into the host of the animal, whether it be sheep, or cattle. So that is our hope and our one administrative mechanism is will be no housing or excavation, but we do hope that we do see grazing in the future on these lands and that grazing will be protected when we don't see any impact to the livestock in these areas. So I appreciate your comments. We understand them and we strive to make it a beneficial reuse for where we leave waste in place across the Navajo Nation where that's necessary. So I appreciate it, Delegate. So
Do you have any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Bowe. And then also, Mr. City, this question is going to be for Jacob first. And after hearing Mr. City's report, and then also listening to some of the concerns that he did express, I just want to know if the questions I have, is, does EPA have a plan for those T-norm outcomes? And then the other question I have and related to that is, are there funding opportunities to address the outcrops? And then what recommendation would you have for the nomination? And then I think that, it would be good if we could have a written report on outcrops. And then separately, another question I have is, thank you for the report on the community comments, and you did list concerns from the community. But now after listening, I also want to know how much does the community comments that are made during the public hearing weigh into the design and build of the remediation? So those are my questions for you. And then I'll go ahead and move on to, well, I'll let you answer first, and then I have questions for Mr. Inslee.
thank you, Delegate. So you mentioned the T-norm outcrops. So I'll just define real fast. So T-norm is technologically enhanced naturally occurring radioactive material. That's what we do address under surplus. So it's the mine waste itself. In Western in particular, it's areas that have been scraped over or haul roads that have been built that exposed naturally occurring material or these outcrops that were natural, always existing. So the way that we address it, we clearly address the T-norm, which is mine waste itself, we cover it. And then in Western, we face a particular issue where we've exposed these geology units that are higher in radiation, but they're just bedrock units. So there's two things that we'll do through our action, the T norm or the mine waste that's unconsolidated and loose material will be backfilled into this pit and covered. The other areas that are outlined, that are kind of particularly outlined in slide number 4, some of these areas that are disturbed may also have led to areas of what we consider to be T norm, right? We as humans created a situation where there may have been natural fill over the top, just alluvial fill, sands or whatever that protected against the natural radiation in these geology units. So in those areas where the geology is naturally high and we've exposed it, we'll restore those areas, meaning we'll put clover over the top of those areas and make sure that it's back at naturally occurring condition. Now, in terms of the actual norm, naturally occurring radioactive material that also exists just through Mother Earth out in the Western Agency, those areas that haven't been exposed or touched by humans, those areas considered to be norm are unaddressable by US EPA. So that's an outstanding issue that the communities commonly raise with us. And we try to be as transparent as possible that through EPA funding, there's really nothing that we can do about those areas. We've identified them through multiple means. We flew 300 square miles with some radiation material via a plane in 2018, 2019 timeframe. And we found some of those areas that were never mined, but are higher in radiation. And really leave that to the Navajo Nation to determine how they communicate that to their constituents and how they plan to address it, potentially through, home cleansing processes or otherwise. But we can only address the stuff that's been technologically enhanced or exposed by mining activities. Your second question of how much does the community comment play into the design phase? So kind of twofold. One, if we receive enough substantial comments, and that can be multiple mechanisms, it can be either by blowback from the tribe or your committee or the Navajo Nation EPA or through the constituents in those communities, we can go back and reconsider the alternative that we ultimately recommended, right? We haven't selected that action yet, and there's enough comments to say, hey, we should go back and take another look at this and maybe consider a different recommended alternative and bring it back to the public. The other part is some of the stuff that we included here, which is comments about, hey, we don't want trucks running through our community. We don't want you to go to, Flagstaff to get dirt. We want native dirt to be utilized. And so some of those concepts that don't necessarily make us alter our recommendation, we try to incorporate as much as we can into the design phase and other aspects, whether that's additional community involvement, education, or utilizing local borrow and establishing relationships with the mineral department or other folks within DNR or Navajo EPA and other entities within Navajo Nation. So they truly are considered, and we do as best as we can to incorporate them. And one thing that we've done unilaterally is really involve the community in the revegetation plan, right? We've made mistakes in the past where we unilaterally put feed mix down and the community absolutely hated it. Because it covered their community and stuff that was never there before. And so, within the design phase, we'll come to the community and say, here's what we're thinking of for a seed mix. Are there things that you would rather see because of your grazing in the future or whatever the case may be, and incorporate that into our process. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Number 5.
Thank you, Jacob. And so now I will go ahead and ask my questions and make my comment to Mr. City. So you did ask the question if how RDC and us as delegates felt about getting other delegates involved where they do have uranium that affects their community. And I believe that we as RDC, we welcome that information to be shared with other delegates. I feel that when everyone is educated on the surplus process in remediation, that helps everyone that's affected by uranium within the communities to gain that information. Also, it fuels the momentum to try to get those areas addressed. And also just knowing that, there is that partnership that falls within the executive as well as the legislative branch. I do have a directive and it's not to, put this in a negative aspect, but I really find the information that Mr. City shared to be, worthwhile to really look into. And so I am gonna ask for our next steps as RDC to have Mr. City prepare a report within 30 days regarding his recommendations on how to improve the community engagement. And then also recommend ways on how to improve that component. Because when he talked about it, he said, I think to make it more Navajo, I think that's what he means, is how can we use that component to move forward with the recommendation for our Region 9 in regards to the circular process. So I know he, I can see the wheels turning in his mind on how to engage Navajo to make that circular process more specific to our region, I think, is what he was trying to say. So I would like to see a report to be shared with the RDC. And then also, I believe that there is, that community engagement happening, but I think he does see room for improvement. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Vice Chair.
The general law, either the floor which law, the city. Response to the call directly.
Again, thank you for the dialogue and the comments and the questions. And your responses to my inquiry and on the matter of preparing a report. That is completely doable. I do have a lot of these already sketched out in different notes and meeting records from our discussions with you at the EPA over the last couple of months. We have under Executive Order 04-0, Executive Order 04-2023. President signed in July, and reinvigorating our efforts. I call it the Uranium Leadership Team, Navajo EPA, DNR, DOJ, DURAC, and the volunteer advisor from the grassroots and the community organizations, former council delegate Jonathan Perry. We try to meet 2 times a month. We have had some of these discussions about how to improve community engagement, community involvement, and also with my staff, who are on the front line, working with the US EPA remedial project managers and with Mr. Phipps's staff who are community engagement coordinators, CIC. We'd be happy to provide that report and our suggestions that we have already communicated to US EPA and where we stand now in terms of our agreements. And some of the other aspects that we talked about that I didn't include in my verbal report today. So there are some other things that we talked about. And all of it is geared towards helping our people use all this information that is out there. Going all the way back to the 90s. There's data repositories, there's things that are accessible online now. And for even just the Charles touched on number 12 mine site, I believe all the resource material that's available to the public is a stack of paper about yay big. And that's just one site that's comprised of about 17,000 cubic yards of waste material that we're concerned about. And we have other sites that are larger in the scope that have more technical documents associated with them. So all of these things are available, but how are people accessing them and how are they benefiting from having that information? And what can we do either separately or what, help them use that information when it comes time to express their concerns during these public comment periods. So we have to do that, so thank you.
Any other questions? Any measure?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm always. Mr. Pitts, it's to you again. I will. It's a need. Now, I don't think either. Supervise the no circle. That will go on the we pretty much did a tour of the abandoned uranium mines out of Cameron, as well as Ochato and Sweetwater. I believe that we need to go to the eastern side. There'll be something there was a meeting held not too long ago. I believe it was probably a church law area, but those concerns with the Vera waistline and church law in E1. I believe that's what we need to look at that and tour with now EPA here, and as well as Region 9. I think like Kenyon Larson and Louisiana Silversmith will get. That's something that we need to put on our calendar. To actually see this and to actually hear from people, just helps you to understand what's happening and how World War II and he mentioned President Scott should not navigate there at the one shit at their stomach. So not the name you not so Japan, Hiroshima or Nagasaki, yeah. And then get us the United States, either the President. I see he nuclear weapon, maybe not. Aliyah, what the name you want, I hope that I get it. Here's the Nesta, okay, Rusty, the dollar. The shade Zoe, she's in the uranium one, but then just I can still see the X-ray of lungs. When I took them to the hospital. So I see what our families that work, our loved ones that work there have experienced. But now we have this comprehensive environmental response. Was passed by Congress in the 1970s. ADB compensation liability that pays on it of the superfund. Based upon the Chito Ashevro Nikkei Kava, but on the on machine. I don't take an car. They access agreements, resources, surveys, lines, and fences have been put up in certain locations. Site evaluations were conducted, and then disposal options, the engineering evaluations as well as cost analysis. I don't project, public comment lines, the code, it's just the way they explained it and how public comment is so the next is each of us, we can put all the lack of because what they told us is they're gonna follow the way if you wanted to go. Alternative ways of getting rid of it, cleaning up is to haul it away somewhere in Colorado. I don't think. So a action sheet for biology, 8,000 design, but out of a kid in monitor, and the kid in a late or tailor, she ongoing maintenance and give up all of this. So I just want to say that we should go out to the eastern side and look at that. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, yes, I do agree with that. Also on the eastern Navajo, so So we give the floor over to our honorable senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Mr. Pearson, City Council. Just looking over your presentation in PowerPoint, just need clarification. No comment, public comment was up October 13th. On your first page, what is that date again? 21st. Okay, October 13th. What date right here?
Saturday, October 21st, 2023.
Okay, what's the date for October 13th?
Where on the sheet are you, sir?
Just say third guy. Say October 13th.
Oh, the alternative description, so the documents, when we go out for public comment, we have an administrative record of everything that led to the recommendation, and that's available online, and we're gonna print those materials and hand to the chapter. So, we're committing by October 13th to have those materials available online. The link to that is just below that. But the official public comment period will start when we go to the public on the 21st.
On 21st.
Yes, sir.
And that's the alternative thing that you're talking about to present to the people, right? Which would be happy. Is that what you're going to present?
The recommendation, the same recommendations we brought to you in June for those 7 sites are the ones that we're gonna go to the public.
Okay, so right now it's not all capping. I know that for Mac and Blackjack, the recommendation from EPA was the regional repository.
Correct,
That's the
correct.
recommendation.
Yes, sir.
And also with Mariana Lake,
Yes, sir.
then Ruby is capping, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this issue is still being brought up, the regional repository. How are we addressing that? Because that's still a big concern for now people.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure the recommendation for these 2 sites right now, I know there's Vera, all these sites. I mean, how are we going to listen to the people? As you heard at the root chapter, that the opposition was there to have that regional repository at the root on that.
Yeah.
And we're still going forward with that to present these alternatives. I think to me, that's the biggest concern that we have to address today, just the constitution. Nomination. Should I agree that these alternatives, either capping, consolidation, I think we call it regional repository, and these 2 sites, the Matt and Blackjack and Mariana Lake. This is where people in opposition have a repository site at the River Landfill. And we did have a lot of opposition when we had a meeting at the room. Madam Chair, we did myself, the East Land Commission. We were there, and I kind of there's a big concern that we talked about the buildings bringing that to how are we gonna get this information from what I heard from, we do not want the repository site at the room. That's been put out here. And I just stated that we need to just turn out people. And you see, that's my big concern now. How do we address this? Your recommendation of these 2 sites right now, they have on your front page. And it's Mac and Blackjack and Mariana Lake. The way it was presented today to us was all the 3 would be capped. That's what we understood till we looked at what you presented back in June. And I think that really needs to be conveyed that we are still talking about these 2 sites. We consider to be to the repository site locally. No, it's off reservation. It's these are private land, also a lot of land. So
I'm not sure how we want to address this from the meeting, but myself, I'm totally opposed on the hospital site being at the room on land, people, they're against it, plus how to be transported. So, what I think I will definitely support, since there's some mention of community members supporting, especially with, I think we be proposed for the academy. The people say that is fine, I'll support that. But these two other ones that are listed here, again, we have to work those out. And going forward, we have to find ways to convince people how to dispose of the soil to the cap or roof. I think to be the way right now. Moved into local phosphorus site, I'm totally especially I support this. I mean, they call out is the move. That's where I stand, because I listen to the people in the area. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Simpson. So just a clarification, the site that was presented at the roof after is the Uranium site that Delegate Nez mentioned. That site we plan to bring to the public in probably early 2024. So the 7 sites that are in this informational handout that we'll be discussing on October 24th are in the Smith Lake and Mariano Lake chapters. We did not consider the through Red Rocks landfill for these particular sites. So the recommended alternatives that we're bringing to the public, we brought to you in June, is a combination of cap and site. Your quarterly recollection is correct on the remine sites, the cap those in place. And we have reasons for that. And then there's the regional repository. So there's the Mariano Lake and there's Formac and Blackjack site. And the recommendation is to consolidate 4 of those sites at the map number 1 site, which is in the Mariano, the very far eastern side of the Mariano Lake chapter. And then there's a fairly large site, Blackjack 1, immediately east of the Smith, or west of the Smith Lake chapter that will be capped in place. So 7 total sites with consolidating that in 4 different locations. One of which will be in the Mariano Lake chapter, 3 of which will be in the Smith Lake chapter. So just clarification there that the Rivera mine and is not open for public comment period. We're still addressing the concerns we heard in Peru and most community members about the haul routes and those sorts of things. And we plan to come to the public with that in October. I just real quick, I wanted to mention that Delegate Nez. I knew about the tour that you guys were taking, and it was always my thought that the Eastern Agency is probably a great tour to take, because those are the sites, they're the largest sites, the most amount of volume of waste that we have. And frankly, having been to most of the sites across the nation, those are the ones of the sites that have the most exposure to the community member and the constituents that you guys serve. They're easily accessible, which is why there's going around that. And they're some of the highest priorities for us at EPA. You get a clear sense of the exposure to community members that live literally within arm's distance of these sites in the Eastern Agency, particularly the Cordero mine and the Mariano Lake mine are 2 of the sites that I believe are the closest to constituents here on the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate that recommendation and look support it fully and happy to help with that tour in any capacity.
All right, thank you, Jacob, for the response from our honorable Simpson. Which is this woman. I mean, I just want clarification.
Yes, sir.
So what's presented today, these 7 sites mentioned will be considered for population capping. I mean, that's the way I understood what you presented today. This will be what we're recommending is capping. I mean, what we're recommending is capping.
That's correct. So point of clarification, the site in Western that I presented public comments for, right, that's going to go final. We're looking to select that action and action memo. On October 21st, the 7 sites in Smith Mariano Lake chapter will bring the recommended alternative to solicit.
Recommended alternative now, recommended to put it
It's, so 3 of the sites are cap in place, it says the Charles Western 12 site, and the 4 other sites are consolidated at one of the 4 sites. That site.
I just want that on record.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Good day, Jacob. Any other, questions? Concerns? Over here. Let's see, any questions here, Jacob? This meeting, your presentations. We got,
I'll just close quickly by thanking Vice Chairman Johnson and Chair Jesus and the rest of RDC for allowing this time. And I also want to give a thanks to the Navajo EPA Director and the staff for being along with us on this journey and supporting us and holding us accountable for the work that we do on the Navajo Nation. Their continued support and our work with them is very much valued. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Okay, at this time, we go and move on to our votes. Five.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item 5E. Honorable Sean Ankla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sean Ankla votes green. Honorable Brendan Jesus, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick has votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Well, Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Fine, motion carries. All right, thank you, gentlemen. You are excused from the hot seats. Going on, so, go ahead and give the rest of the audience some time to go, take care of business and see you back in 10 minutes. 11 and on at time, I'm gonna start our lunch. We take a break, we make some phone calls, we talk to some emails. Okay, going on to item E. On the reports. Getting a report on energy opportunities for all lands introduced by. Like Frank and also with all those are. That will notify the binders and administration on the withdrawal and public lands surrounding the shop, so culture, national, short term, by the. New Department of Interior, for 20 years, that was in there, Carl Gay, from state government. Affairs, advisor with the Telecommunication Council, thank you for being here with us today. You have 20 minutes for your presentation, and this is for being here in person.
Good afternoon, thank you very much, Vice Chair Johnson, and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee and staff for having me here this afternoon. By reintroduction, my name is Carl Albergay, and I serve as your federal and state government affairs advisor, and appreciate the time here this afternoon. With my report, I know it's been a long road to date for the Navajo Nation and all of the work that has been done in advocating on behalf of our Navajo people and more importantly our Latis. It must be recognized that much of this really started during the term of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. And since then, there have been many legislations and resolutions and letters sent to our U.S. government officials and the administration affirming your position on buffers surrounding the Chaco Canyon National Historic Park. If you recall, during the start of your term of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, you held a town hall event at Naivete chapter on January 20th, and this was followed up by a resolution on April 27th of this year approving resolution NABI AP-11-23, which formally opposed the withdrawal of public land surrounding the Chaco Canyon. And with that resolution, and as the governing body of the Navajo Nation, this resolution currently represents your official position on the Navajo Nation on Chaco Canyon. My report here this afternoon will highlight three main areas: the path forward for House Resolution 4374, the Energy Opportunities for All Act. I'll also talk secondly about the Eli Crane number 115 amendment and the fiscal year 2024 interior appropriations budget negotiations. And then finally, I'll talk briefly about the Bureau of Land Management's question for the record response that I also forwarded to the committee, and some of the elements of what was contained in that questions for the record. But with regard to House Resolution 4374, the Energy Opportunities for All Act, during the committee's last visit to Washington, D.C. From June 5th through June 8th, his committee advocated on matters related but not limited to Chaco Canyon. After your visit, Congressman Crane, Eli Crane of Arizona, the congressman for the 2nd Congressional District here in Arizona, introduced House Resolution 4374 on June 27th of this year. It was introduced in response to Secretary Holland's announcement that Public Land Order number 7923, dated June 2nd, formally withdrew over 336,000 acres of federal land, 10-mile radius from Chaco Canyon, and prohibiting any additional mineral leasing for 20 years. House Resolution 4374 did receive 4 co-sponsors, and as a result of that action, and actually it's mentioned this in the last committee report, that it's remarkable that a bill like this received such quick action by Congress. The bill was referred to the House Committee on Natural Resources back on June 27th. It was referred to the subcommittee on energy and mineral resources on July 11th. On July 13th, the subcommittee on energy and mineral resources did have a formal hearing. And there was a tremendous amount of support, particularly from Congressman Pete Staubauer. If you remember, we had a brief visit with him at lunch, and then we had a one-on-one meeting with him in his office. And as the chairman of that subcommittee, he was your biggest advocate on this issue. The resolution, House Resolution 4374, was considered as part of the full House committee markup that was held on July 19th. House Resolution 4374 was ordered favorably out of the committee by a roll call vote of 22 votes in favor and 16 votes against. It's important to note that Congresswoman Mary Peltola from Alaska also voted in favor of this resolution. She was the only Democrat of the committee to vote in favor for the measure. It is not known yet whether or not House Resolution 4374 will be taken up and considered by the full House of Representatives. At the moment, it is likely to be considered as a standalone measure, but as you're all aware, the current Congress is barreling toward another possible government shutdown next month, with the current continuing resolution expiring on Friday, November 17th. For now, all agency budgets will remain at the level they were initially funded in 2023. But as I'm sure you heard in the news here this morning and afternoon, House Republicans have formally nominated House Majority Leader Stephen Scalise by nomination of 113 to 99. In a closed door conference meeting, he defeated House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan of Ohio. As of this afternoon, the House has recessed with no determination on when they will formally move to a formal House vote to elect a new speaker. It could be a pretty messy fight here this week. The candidates need to secure 217 votes in the chamber to secure the next speaker. There are already 9 Republican members that commented this afternoon that they do not support Steve Scalise. So at the moment, he's still short of that 217 vote threshold. In the meantime, Congresswoman Patrick McHenry from North Carolina will remain as acting House Speaker and will serve as Speaker until a leader is formally chosen, hopefully this week. I will note that Congressman Eli Crane, during last month's visit by Speaker Curley and our visit to DC in September, committed to address the 25th Navigation Council next week. On Monday, he will be formally addressing the council at the start of your fall session. And so there will be an opportunity for you to meet with him and talk with him in more detail about this particular resolution and actions that he would like to see in support of his efforts in passing House Resolution 4374 out of Congress. With that said, it's also important to note that during our visits to DC in September, by Speaker Curley and the House Law and Order Committee, we did run into the All Indian Public Council of Governors during our visits. They were meeting with some of the similar offices that we were meeting with, but they sent 20 different representatives to DC. In particular, on Monday, September 11th, they did meet with a number of professional representatives and had voiced their official opposition to House Resolution 4374. And I noted in my memo of those members of the All Public Council of Governors who were represented in the meetings in DC. I forwarded the articles that have come out as a response to their visits. So you've seen those articles in my memo as well. I would also like to note that the Coalition of Large Tribes, as I'm sure you're aware and have seen, passed their own resolution in support of the nominations position. I also want to note that the congressional letter by Senator Sinema and Mark Kelly, the letter that they sent to Secretary Holland, addressing some of the concerns they have had around the public land order, have not had any formal response as well. There is still an ongoing request for a congressional field hearing to hear directly from Navajo lottees directly impacted by the public land order. And there is support of this at some point this fall. With the uncertainty of who becomes speaker, that remains a question. But as I've noted to the committee before, it is by tradition that a field hearing is approved with support from the congressional member of that district. With Chaco Canyon lying in the district of Congressman Ledger Fernandez, they do not see the likelihood of her supporting a congressional field hearing at IUC. But Congressman Crane has supported the idea of holding a field hearing formally in Window Rock or at Twin Arrows. So with that said, in preparation for your upcoming visit the week of October 23rd, there is confirmed number of offices that you will meet with, particularly members of the Health and Natural Resources Committee, with the expectation that this resolution will pass out of the House. It was suggested that we also meet with Senate members of the ENR committee, which we also scheduled. In addition, particularly to meetings with Senator Manchin and Ranking Member Barrasso. So you'll have a fairly full schedule those 2 days that we have Tuesday and Wednesday in DC. Secondly, I've also ordered in the committee that Congressman Crane support, along with Congressman Juan Ciscomani. If you recall, we met with him briefly over lunch in DC and last visit to DC. I did propose an amendment. The amendment number 115 will be offered as a part of the ongoing negotiations for the fiscal year 2024 interior appropriations budget negotiations. That amendment specifically will defund the public land order relating to the lands withdrawn surrounding Chaco Canyon. And the amendment will be offered during the pending debate over the Department of Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. So depending on the timing of who is selected as new speaker, how the budget negotiations will be managed, whether or not there will be another continuing resolution passed, or whether or not Congress will actually formally vote on this year 2024 appropriations package that is not known. I'm sure Congressman Frank will talk about that at this visit with you on Monday. The last issue is the Bureau of Land Management questions for the record response. The Department of Interior submitted this response directly to the committee as a follow-up to Nada Wilk-Holber's testimony. She was a representative from the Interior Department at the committee hearing that was held by the House Natural Resources Committee. And you will note in the questions for the response that they will highlight the comments, the hearings, and the meetings they've held with the Navajo Nation, including the allottees. You will note that on that document, they highlighted that on April 25th, Secretary Holland did convene a meeting with the Navajo Nation at the request of President Niger. And they indicated the Navajo Nation Council was present, but it's important to recognize that the RDC committee was not represented at that meeting. We didn't actually receive any formal notice of that meeting until the day before, or the morning of actually. I know many of you were here on the nation and couldn't call into that meeting. But it's clear that in response to President Biden's own memorandum, particularly the standards of tribal consultation that he has outlined in Executive Order 13175, that the administration is not following its own standards of tribal consultation. That will be an argument by the committee to present that in your meetings in DC coming up in 2 weeks. But the meetings coming up will focus on who is important to receive support for, particularly Tom Cole as an example. Congressman Cole of Oklahoma is considered one of the elders of Congress, particularly on trouble matters and trouble affairs. But with him as the chairman of the Rules Committee, it's important that we receive his support, but he hears from you directly. But with that, I also want to make a note that I do have Mr. Troy Ide and also potentially Jennifer Weddle from Freeburg Torek on the line as well, and they wanted an opportunity to just to comment briefly on the update of the potential lawsuit by the allottees, and so if I can, as the vice chair, I can offer them just 2 minutes to give their brief update.
That'll be fine. Okay. 2 minutes to go. Speak on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Is Mr. Ide or Ms. Weddle online?
Yes, we're both here. Right next door to each other. So this is Jennifer Weddle. As Carlisle mentioned, Troy Ide and I and other colleagues here at Greenberg Traurig have served as counsel to several hundred allottees now in various functions over about a 5-year period. The allottees have been considering moving forward with their own claims challenging the public land order. They've analyzed what those claims are and have taken steps to draft their complaint. And really what they've been looking for is clarity on whether or not the Navajo Nation would like to lead that suit and that challenge. A number of the claims really relate to the sovereignty interests of the Navajo Nation and are much more appropriate for the nation to raise than for the allottees to raise. And so really the allottees have been waiting and hoping to hear what the outcome would be. We're also aware that the Eastern Navajo Land Commission passed a resolution seeking council action on that issue, and that there were some conversations about that, I believe, on Monday of this week with the Attorney General. So again, really the allottees are just waiting to hear the outcome of those discussions and whether they would be moving forward under the leadership of the Navajo Nation leading the case, or whether they would be effectively on their own making the challenge. But either way, the allottees are prepared to move forward. Troy, do you want to add to that? Troy may be stuck on mute.
Obviously, story. Troy?
Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Hear you.
As always, so, no, thank you very much, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. I really do not have anything to add to what my colleague Jennifer Weddle has said. We are obviously very concerned about this issue, and we are respectful of the nation's sovereignty and the need for the nation to decide what it wants to do in this situation, and the council for it to decide more specifically on behalf of the nation's interests. And so we appreciate the chance to be here and to answer any questions as well. But yeah.
Troy, for that,
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So really in summary, I wanted to offer 3 main perspectives. As I mentioned, the path forward for House Resolution 4374, which really addressing coming up during your visit on the week of October 23rd. We'll continue to watch whether or not the Eli Crane Amendment will make it as a part of the Interior Appropriation budget negotiations. And then lastly, the question for the record, notably, the committee is interested in the nation's feedback and the committee's feedback as part of the question for direct response by the Interior Department. And lastly, one opportunity is you just heard from Jennifer and Troy, just a quick update from the allottees who are very much a part of these discussions. But with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll conclude my address here this afternoon and open to the questions.
Presentation. Also those individuals that chimed in earlier, and thank you. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and, to get a motion. Chairman Mayor, thank you for the motion. Can I get a second? Got a second by, Honorable Simpson. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. At this time, do we have any questions? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for Steve Center, for your presentation, for Mr. Sosa, it's good to be here. First, I'd really like to say thank you to, my brother there, Delegate Nance, from the Board Council. He has been the leader in just this issue to open an out of office. That time it's called both buffers and then I say Canada, you know, I have been on record. We're very thankful for his leadership. And to this day, he still supports the line of the opposition is standing for. He really understands where the opposition stands in this issue here. And we have some other people that voice their concerns on the opposition of the land control, but these are the people that live in the area. And this is where we talk about this morning, listening to our constituents and the community members and that will be involvement. The question I thought is to go in as I see Joseph Tom, the vice secretary from 24 council. And then when the council on RDC members here. And I say, yeah, she's been on it. And this day we continue to fight for our Navajo people. Where your opposition is been back to that. Even though we only talk about public land being built in a deed, those land are being used by our Navajo people. So I really want to say thank you to Resource Development Committee for helping our constituents around the communities that reside that moves around Telecommunication. I say yeah, you should do that. And we will continue to just issue to notify them, because again, how it was done, and the people need to understand how it was done. It was very, very disrespectful to our sovereignty in that nation. People talk about compensation to the lobbyists. They have their what happened to them. That's their right to fight on their issue, how this land control impacts them. Over here, it impacts now the nation's sovereignty. People have to understand that it's going to be a domino effect. It's going to be a domino effect. Government coming in, start. This is what man wanted to withdraw and obese around the navigation. I'll give you a prime example. What's happening? There's universities helping certain entities and use these drones to find and where do you double sites? Once these sites are located, what's going to happen? They're going to ask for them. We're going that route, find all these sites. Let's say they come from the answer the kingdom. And it's happening. Again, the second part of what happened. Federal Title Protection Act. Now consulting the navigation. A bill was being proposed. And at the same time, last minute, before delegate, Aaron Sosa and myself were the only one present that attended because it was the last minute notice that this meeting was happening at Golden Time. So again, those are the things we're talking about. It's going to be a domino effect of what the government did to the navigation on this land control surrounding Chalk Canyon, then the Federal Title Protection Act, the Protection Act. So these are the things that's going to be happening, and we got to put a stop to it. So this is a very important issue. I'm trying to notify land control, telling them, we don't stand for this, and we don't speak for our people. So, Mr. Yeah, appreciate all the help. We've been very beneficial to us. Very beneficial to us to just this issue.
in DC. And really appreciate that and like to continue to work with you. And again, since Mr. Minnesota came on board with the Humane Commission as director, he's been very good, beneficial to addressing this issue here. So I appreciate that. So yeah, I really want to our team members here, and I really appreciate all your help in addressing this issue. We know it's very tiresome, a lot of work, but we want to stop them. There will be happening, we know this is the issue, we've got to stop this. This whole domino effect is going to be happening pretty soon. We've got to stop this. Okay, we can go. Okay, you know, I'm not sure, you know, if this is standalone and Bill, you know, we can definitely get that through the House. Most likely, but when it comes to the Senate, some way we have to, because that's Democratic control, Senate, and talk about standalone, we have to work something out to be part of, maybe another deal or something like that to get that approved. So, it's I don't really start. So, again, thank you so much. You think about this. That's one of those systems, we are there. Our colleagues go to some things make a water. That's what I'll say. Vice Chair, members of the RC, I'd like to request to invite the Attorney General, and it will be actually attorney-client privilege here. So here's an update of what's happening on her side of this whole proposed lawsuit that might happen. So I'd like to have an Attorney General give a report in reference to that area. Everything is right there. I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Take it some time. Awesome. Simpson, fine. So, I'll be at a later date. Enough for the meeting.
Vice Chair, Council members of RDC, I can make the request for Madam AG to provide a report to RDC in executive session, but she tends to only have RDC members there present. Myself, Office of Legislative Counsel, we tend to be excused from those meetings because of the high attorney privilege. So it'll be up to her to make those decisions again. Vice Chair Johnson, member of RDC.
Sorry. It's kind of like to do like for the chairman. Thank you. Chair Johnson, I don't think I need to stand here, so right. Yeah, Senator Gay for doing this to the committee. I don't think it's for that. I'll get something for your dedication to helping your communities surrounding the chocolate. I was listening to the news. The United States has this oil reserve. You see what's but all the and not to last at least 20 days. Of course, these are Jim get in that. It's not there's our people are wise. There's better husband. Fish are away and never. These are that's Lenny oil and gas, a lot of cheese, but cotton beach and stuff. Yoshia Kenson, Father and Raiden, a potato, a chili, class. I don't know what she said, a baby, no, that she's not. A call, a late call, and they go. Both have been on that environmental groups. Either though that no,
fossil fuel. But it should be, it's called pickup trucks, but not the age that. Should look on days and they go down, that was on. The creators, the person, is that put on, sunset. I don't know, I guess, Mother Earth, but I read, yeah, on that. You thought it's a national change that I take care of the environment, the road that leads to my house, picking up trash. And I put it by the road, and my sister picks it up and falls away. Of course, we, on just kids ago, my name, none of them about that. Fossil fuel connection, yeah, okay, Mother Earth, I the ancient know that. Nature no she about which it yanshi of it since they she got all the issue. Navego was on the spot over that. I heard that the addition is that qualifying Mother Earth the nego. We flush our toilets and it goes down back into Mother Earth. Oh, that's everyone sad case, of course. The road hit an end back there. Ne, lot easy. What Bennett Ashton, the Jade Ashton, the Nick for all star carrier, yellow to make out Jade and I don't know. The way all at Neda, but it could Nick out Jade on, Neda. Eşiğini yapıyor, denemem. Aydan iyi, mentioned that. Ama şartı vides, ve tatoides, intendant that. For deal at Ekishida, Edo, and what you hear that Representative Crane is going to provide a report to the 25th Council during the fall session. So I think the answer to the question is for allowed to do that. Did they have a game and international game on the album Kinnick? The question of a Danish that does not come from the whole just and is the shut up option must argue. Yeah, at a like 11. I don't know, he's on the then on what chin and then go. A kidney bossy name. I call Kuchikoy and later. It's Suya Yaki, the dinner freeze is on it, go up. Then in the Nagi, Navago, no much in that all. Nito, Sabo, Kaya Bakshadas and. Vegas if it's dead, not smart, yeah, it or ever Nico. Joga, tell them, silly case, that's not, I don't think it. The over is to give it over one, I'm just expressing my support for the people around Chaco or own navigable people. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nance. Are there any other questions or comments from RAC? We'll back over to
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The only thing I'll add is a comment that, as I noted in the visit to DC, the National Parks Conservation Association was a group that was leading the fellow governors around in their meetings. The only reason I note that is it's more of just an indication of the groups that are behind much of the advocacy on buffer zones, the concept of buffer zones around national parks really initiated from National Parks Conservation Association. So you can see that you just simply Google their website. Buffer zones are very much highlighted on their website. The only other point that I'll make in response to Chairman Naz's comment on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it is our emergency stockpile of petroleum, and it's the lowest that it's ever been in the last 2 decades. And with the ongoing potential wars in the Middle East,
we would like to see a huge increase in gas prices over the next few months. But with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't have any additional comments, but I would, for the committee members that are going to DC, I would recommend getting there Sunday evening for a full day of meetings, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And respectfully.
Mr. Gay, do you have any questions, comments? No? At this time, we're gonna take a roll call, Mr. Stein.
Active non-members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports by each honorable Sean Englaw. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sean Englaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Sus, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Riquinez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Delegate Riquinez votes green. Honorable Danny Souza, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Souza votes green. Honorable Adasa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Adasa votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tsai, motion carries, the second report of today. Thank you, Mr. Gay, for being here in person and joining the RDC today, for the regular meeting. So, okay, moving on to
Check.
number 6, Speaker So.
I was gonna recommend to defer all the other legislations and the next meeting. The business that the new items were on the visit. That way we can go ahead and see. I have a 4-hour drive home. So that's my recommendation. Don't know how to read bills. So it is that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker So. Defer this to my RDC colleagues.
Well, I do see, delegates that are present that do have items under new business, so I believe that we are here till 5 o'clock. So I would recommend we hear as many legislations as possible. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Chairman. This time, Speaker So will be. Let's go to continue. And then you moving on to number 6, old business. Item 8, legislation 0131-23. Do we have a sponsor here? Honorable Curtis Benito. He's not here with us. Without you, we're going to defer to the next RDC meeting. Which will be the 13th, or no, 27. And moving on to our facility business, item A, Mr. Ty, we will read that. The record.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of the party, you have legislation summary for tracking number 0221-23 dated September 14, 2023. Title of the resolution, action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, amending resolution RDC AE-32-20, rescinding resolution number RDC D-105-18 and approving the grant of right-of-way and leases to Arcadia Infracom located on Nation Trust Land on Nation, Utah, Arizona, and in New Mexico to rescind the Nations consented to the development rights provision. The purpose of this proposed resolution is to amend RDC AE-32-20 to rescind the Nations consent for developing rights granted to Arcadia Infracom. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be run into the record in its entirety. This is legislation number 0221-23. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsors Honorable Crystal Curley and Cindy Parrish for tracking number 0221-23. An act relating to the Resource and Development Committee, amending resolution RDC AU-3220, rescinding resolution number RDC E-105-18 and approving the grant of right of way and leases to Arcata Infracom located on an application trust land on an application Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico to rescind an application's consent to the development rights provision. Be enacted section 1 authority. A, Resource and Development Committee of the Navigation Council has authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, license, right of way, service easement, and bond requirements on an application lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include the subleases, modifications, assignment, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfer, renewal, and termination. 2 NC section 501B2. Section 2 findings. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navigation Council approves resolution RDC AU-32-20 on August 8, 2020. RDC AU-3220 is attached to Exhibit 1. Exhibit omitted. B, pursuant to RDC AU-32-20. Arcata Infracom was given consent for right-of-way and associated leases to build a large-scale long-haul communications route to the nation, which would extend from Salt Lake City to Phoenix, from Denver to Phoenix and Los Angeles to Dallas via an underground fiber optic network. Of the project, 2,800 miles of the fiber optic communication lines, approximately 343 miles across the navigation land. C, RDC AU-3220 states the Infracom fiber project will provide bandwidth significant to support data-intensive applications such as high-quality video transmission across access to advanced K-12 public education, higher education, and lifelong learning opportunities, telemedicine, and remote work arrangements, which could help mitigate the health, safety, and economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. RDC AU-3220 section 2 subsection C. B, Arcata was also granted certain exclusive right of way to develop broadband on an application. Specifically, for a period of 5 years for the effective date of this resolution, Arcata will have exclusive right to develop an application land to install new fiber optic cables from points within an application that are connected to the facility outside an application develop rights. RDC AU-32-20 section 2 subsection 1. I. F. E. The effective date RDC AU-3220 is August 28, 2020, and the developed rights will therefore expire on August 28, 2025. F. Numerous findings, opportunities currently exist for the development of a broadband infrastructure, including federal funding, like the E-rate program for schools, libraries, the broadband quality access and development program, and the tribal broadband connectivity program, in addition to state and other funding sources. D, the vague and broad language of the developed rights has created confusion and has created a chilling effect on the development of broadband projects on an application. Given the language of the development rights, it is unclear what projects proposed by third parties are free to move forward and which projects can only move forward with the consent of Arcadia. H, because of the viability of numerous funding sources for broadband development and the nation's critical need for broadband connectivity, the Research and Development Committee of the nation believes that for spending of the consent for the development rights contained in RDC AU-3220 is in the best interest of the nation. Section 3 approval. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the nomination hereby amends RDC AU-3220 as follows. Section 2 findings, strike out I. For a period of 5 years from the effective date of this resolution, Arcadia will have exclusive right to develop application land to install new fiber optic cables from points within an application that are connected to the facilities outside of an application development rights. Section 4 approval. The Research and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves as specifically described in above findings. Strike out 1, the grant of development right of way as described above. B, the Research and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navigation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches exhibit 1, which is RDC AU-3220. Then you have the first report, the nomination of legislative branch of the public review summary for legislation number 0221-23, sponsored Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation was posted on September 15, 2023 at 5:07 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on September 20th, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the second report, the nomination legislative branch of the public review summary for legislation number 0221-23, sponsored Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation was posted on September 15, 2023 at 5:07 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on September 20th. 2023. There was one comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments recommendation on this legislation. The comments supporting this legislation was by Smith Bingley Inc. Then you have the third report for nomination legislative branch of public review summary for legislation number 0221-23, sponsored Honorable Carl R. Slater. This legislation was posted on September 15, 2023 at 5:07 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on September 20, 2023. There was two comments supporting this legislation, and no comments opposing this legislation, and no comment recommendation on this legislation. The two comments supporting this legislation was one by Lisa Flower and two by Drew Thompson. The one comment recommendation on the legislation was from Deepa Charlie. My two council members have argued to that legislation number 0221-23 read into the record and in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Ty, for reading that into the record. Okay, at this time, we have our sponsor here, Vice Chair, Honorable Carl Slater. We have the 20 minutes. Speak on your legislation 0221-23. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You have a motion in a second for legislation, I just provide a presentation. What's the custom?
Can I get a motion? Can I get a second?
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, the Vice Chair is clear about that. Colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this legislation. This legislation will rectify an issue that came about as of August 2020. RDC AU 3220 granted a right of way to Arcadian, and that agreement, of course, is codified in legislation, and in that legislation, there's exclusive development rights for 5 years. There was a negotiation of the terms and conditions for the right-of-way agreement. The exclusivity was not supported by the Department of Justice, so it had to have been inserted by the Office of Legislative Counsel afterwards. It was not something. It goes against the legal advice that the Department of Justice provided to the General Land Development Department as it's moving through the process. So this will rectify that issue. Essentially, we have a provider who has a right-of-way authorized, and we're not going to disturb that at all. That legislation is going to stay intact. What we want to address is the exclusive development rights for 5 years. As you're aware, there have been tens of billions of dollars that have been made available via the federal government, the states, and the Indian tribes to the development project. With this exclusivity, we are preventing the Navajo Nation from getting access to those dollars if they flow through the states, and potentially even dollars that come directly into Navajo, depending on the type of project that we want to pursue. So I feel a personal obligation as the state caucus chair for the Arizona delegates, because the states of Utah and Arizona, as I explained in the letter that I sent to you as RDC members, have clearly expressed that they cannot provide grant funding to the Navajo Nation due to this exclusivity agreement. And so we're not trying to remove right-of-way authorization from our case. That will stay intact. But this 5-year development period is what we need to address. Because we are losing revenue as a nation if we do not install new projects that are subsidized by the federal government for
long haul for middle mile projects. That's primarily the focus, not so much in this. So that's what we decided to focus on as a tribe with our fiscal recovery fund dollars. So a lot of us who are invested into broadband on the Navajo Nation feel like our hands are tied behind our backs. We are going to lose once, and as I characterize, it's not once in a lifetime. The federal government is probably never going to provide funding for broadband build out like this ever again in the future. I mean, it took COVID really to see this sort of investment come forward because we recognize as a nation how much we rely upon high broadband activities like data and voice services for our schools, for the operation of business, the operation of the government. So I humbly and sincerely request that we pass this legislation. There's no one who's looked at this legislation, the original right-of-way agreement that includes the exclusivity portion, and said this is a good deal for them. Department of Justice, National Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, National Broadband Office, State Broadband Offices, National Broadband Alliance, Connect College, and you, which are part of the Navajo Broadband Alliance, all the other telecom operators that operate on Navajo that are not owned by the Navajo Nation. Nobody has looked at this and said, oh, this is a good idea. This is one, not a good idea for our own self-interest, but this is not a good deal for the Navajo Nation. So I again pray that we'll make the right decision today, and that we can move past this barrier. We're not removing or editing or amending any part of the terms and conditions that are in the right of way agreement. There's this one peculiar sector that you see. One peculiar sector that's in the findings on page 3 of the group. That's triggered. The exclusive developments. But we do county supervisors. Ina Fowler, she submitted a letter to you expressing how they've been working for years to develop these county-owned assets that they would then lease to private providers, providing revenue and control by the government for the best public interest, not for private corporate interests. That model that I supported in the 24th Council, we had an estimate between $700 million and $800 million to build out basically all the broadband that we need on Navajo, and then lease that fiber and those towers to providers. But the council and the wisdom at that time, recognizing that that was not something they wanted to spend money on, just declined to support that initiative, despite what we funded, saying that this was the best thing we could probably do. So I really hope that we don't get confused about what this legislation is. Because there's a lot of that has been spread around this committee and spread around the council related to saying the delegate is not an RDC member, should not be doing anything with respect to broadband. It makes the committee look weak. It makes the committee look weak that they're revising something that they aired on to us. That this delegate should have approached the committee first before presenting legislation, and therefore it's not respecting the committee in any way. Every delegate has a right to sponsor legislation. I've been intimately involved with broadband for my entire career on this council. And it's disturbing the behind the scenes debate that is taking place in this. Because it seems that corporate interests are more important than our people being able to access broadband. There is no overriding, strong, very compelling business case to provide broadband to most of Navajo. It has to be subsidized. Density, people living close to each other, supported by one tower or by shorter fiber connections to the home, are what is attractive to companies. We need these federal dollars in order to support broadband build out on Navajo. And that's why I'm pleading with you to please seriously consider this legislation and pass it. In the analysis of the negotiations, DOJ was not a part of the negotiations from what we understand, and it's unclear whether the Navajo Nation is represented by legal counsel that has broadband experience. It was presented from GLAD to DOJ. Just because one thing is legal doesn't mean it's right. But the terms and conditions that were presented do not include this exclusivity. That is something that was inserted into the legislation, not into the contract. The nation has approached Arcadian and attempted to figure out what's going on. Because to date, they haven't installed any fiber on that line. There are no projects on it. It's very unclear when and if there will be projects. Because when the nation inquired about, well, what is your level of funding? Is this going to be a reality? Because we essentially have paused over here on hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in the states of Utah and Arizona. And you don't have fiber coming in over here from you. They lawyered up. And so we haven't been able to have any sort of productive conversations with them. Say, okay. Is this, I mean, there's no conversations that are happening because there hasn't been a response back to the increase in that information. So again, we're keeping the right of way agreement intact. Arcadia can develop as much as they want within the terms of that agreement. Continue to do the 343 miles of broadband projects that they proposed under those terms and conditions. There's a 5-year exclusivity agreement which will expire in 2025 will be applicable. That we can access federal funds that are coming through the states or coming directly to the nation. So let's end this chilling effect. Let's fix this issue. And let's do so because we have love and compassion for our people. And we know that the way the world works, things cost money. And if you don't have the money, you got to get it yourself. And the guy who's made the money available is the federal government. And it's gone through the states. And the states, for a variety of reasons, did not provide that to Navajo, or the federal government may not be able to provide it to Navajo for all this exclusivity. And it's shifting. Just separate all that. All the excess funding that's out there. It's chilling other providers from engaging with the Navajo Nation and thinking seriously about proposing new projects because they do not understand and believe that this exclusivity agreement will prevent them from actually being successful on that. So thank you, Vice Chair. I'll do it back over to you. And I thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, for your presentation on this legislation. I think that's a good floor of any questions or comments regarding this legislation. Or once. Twice. Okay, let's go to the next. I have a question. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and RDC. I'd like to get more clarification on the proposed amendment on page 33, and I think we have from Department of Justice. What information was given to us from the legislature, and something we will have to have like a legal response to what we're going to consider today. So, what's I know Mr. Slater did explain what this movie does, but I can hear it from DOJ, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. At this time, we'll go to forward DOJ on the Black Cats. You have the floor.
Thank you, RDC. The way I read the proposed legislation and the proposed amendment, everything would stay the same. The only thing that would be changed is the language regarding exclusivity is going to be taken out, but everything else will remain the same. Is my understanding of the legislation. Because based on what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing anything else. It's just that, it's just amending the legislation itself. I don't know if legislative wants to add to that, but that's the interpretation of what I'm seeing. It's just taking out reference to the exclusivity function and keeping everything else the same.
Just like that, the response. We have to.
I don't, I just say, you asked what I said, you asked what I asked information, so.
DOJ. Well, Susan, did you want to hear from our
Yes.
legal counsel? We're going to do this in 300 pounds.
Hi, this is Mariana Khan, and Office of Legislative Counsel. I'll call on the discuss the legislation after request reported by the Council delegates. The documents are made by the justification to the various state departments and provided in the documents that have been determined to be sufficient and that is going to be adopted. And I'm really the legislation in the course of the meeting, and so I'm really in that general
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. What this comment is talking about is the original legislation, RDCAU 32-20. And whether or not why the exclusivity provision was included, she doesn't remember. But with respect to legislation 221-23, I'm like to confirm what Ms. Black has stated, that this is simply removing the exclusivity provision from that resolution that was previously passed by RDC. It doesn't affect the terms and conditions of the underlying resolution, because the exclusivity provision wasn't in the terms and conditions. It was only in the legislation approving the right of the terms and conditions. And so what Ellie Slater is doing as a sponsor is simply proposing legislation that just strikes out that provision. So all of the underlying terms and conditions with respect to Arcadian right of way remain intact. Nothing else changes.
So what is this provision giving me? You want to do that? What does it do?
It just means that Arcadian would no longer have the exclusive right to develop broadband on that road. It's basically allowing the doors to be open so that other developers can come in with these federal funds and develop broadband on that road. If the exclusivity provision remains intact, then that will not happen other than a company going to Arcadian saying, will you waive your right to exclusivity? And so that's just another step in the process. And, an Arcadian honestly can't say yes or no. So with this legislation, it's simply removing that exclusivity and allowing others to develop broadband.
Okay, thank you, Ariana and April, for your responses. Honorable Citizens, did you have a follow-up? Was that okay? Okay, at this time, we're gonna give the floor to Honorable Claude, and we'll give it to the chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, and then also Shamala Honorable Slater for presenting this legislation. And I also agree, after sitting in on the Arizona caucus meeting yesterday, we did meet with Senator Copley and then also Representative Neshakai. And this was one issue that was brought before the Arizona caucus, is that there was opportunity for funding, but due to this exclusivity agreement, that this is presented to be an obstacle for educational institutions and other entities that were coming onto the Navajo Nation. So there was a discussion among the delegates along with our senator, and I do believe that this only strikes that portion of the legislation and not rescinding the entire legislation. So I would also just have our colleagues consider that, especially now with our broadband. In the work session previously, I did mention the millions of dollars that are available in grant opportunities for broadband. And then also just the E-rate and all of that. So just to add that in as a comment, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Shannon.
If you want to allow, turn it forward to Chairman Bennett.
Vice Chair, members of RDC, additionally, almost later. Die Frau Beten, die bei uns so. Presidents, do you understand that?
Always been something, not a pain, so
That's okay. Not gonna hold you to that. So now, let me go back to the 23rd nomination council. 23rd council is not saying RDC. At that time, the way this was set up was that Arcadian would pay NGA is not on this way, or rights of way, not even in age, that's slaughter, don't. I don't remember that she's 24th council came on. RDC, we were notified. None, and again, just like Honorable Slater was notified by OPV, the Department of Justice. Well, and they said, no, same way that happened. Why you don't know that? We don't like the idea of Arcadian Infocom paying NGA. The money should go to the Navajo Nation, so delegate knows. Would you be willing to sponsor this legislation to amend the legislation passed by the 23rd RDC? This is not gossip. This is what we do as lawmakers. I don't put up Farley, he's referring to me. I'm the one telling my colleagues. Why is the opposite of president, vice president so disrespectful? RDC, that's what I said. Executive order, energy vetting team, that then, I don't think it's going at RDC, project energy, I am sick case, so based on oversight, I don't need that, they didn't even consult RDC. They just did it. Boy, that's like making a touchdown. OPV made a touchdown on RDC. I don't know how to actually, just about a month ago, I was at a veterans meeting. Delegate Nash, can you explain this executive order that's going to be issued by OPVP? They're going to waive all home site leases for veterans can get this done. So they can get water, electricity, and their home site taken care of. I said that is amending or waiving a law, as you guys said. I'm not sure why they didn't contact RDC. Home site, OD land, but oversight, the veterans. So I sent that an email to our chair. She sent that an email to the president asking him, your executive order is pretty much this is an oversight committee's authority about me. Put a stop to that. I don't know, not all conference. These sponsors, they should have me. They corrected all name, but on the name. The way that another society OPVP then. I guess the deal is about and politics not being econ, so she They were having their meetings. One day I was given a number to get on that meeting and I was listening to them. No, actually, just the things that was being said. Exclusivity, then again. We had discussed that. This went through the 164 process. Where was the Department of Justice? How come they didn't say anything? Where was Land Department? Where was Telecommunication? How come they didn't say nothing? It went through the 5 days comment period. That's where you comment, whether you oppose it or in favor of it. So the 23rd Council RDC went through that. It was given to me. I sponsored. Now we're kicking this down the road. Now, Honorable Slater, already thought was that. Broadband, man, Leah. COVID. Did we ever predict that our children would be lacking in school because there was no broadband on the Navajo Nation? It was already, the weakness was there within the Navajo Nation. We already did not have broadband throughout the Navajo Nation. So when this came up, now we're pointing the finger to Arcadian, though, and both of that. Arcadian tried to work out. There's a letter that came from the governor's office, QC, supporting the project. President Nez, RDC was fine with it. And we just said, let's just set it up for Arcadian. Instead of paying for the rights of way to the Navajo Nation, let's set it up where 3% of the revenue share will go to the Navajo Nation. That will bring in more money than paying for the rights of way. I don't exclusivity, that Coconino County, then up in nada, so it's their own fault. Plus, they weren't as active. This project has been in the works since the 23rd Council, and it's been barely moving along, dragging it. Now we're dragging it around again. It's going to go from Phoenix to through the Navajo Nation to the city. They page the Salt Lake City. I don't know. They don't change it to the city. It comes across board my area up to Denver. And over Arcadians keep saying you will have access to fibers as well. You will own it. Your schools, your senior citizens, your hospitals, they'll have access to it. You can go in. Whoa, great. We thought it was a great deal. But evidently, OPVP hired a lawyer up. Russian and then the Arcadians lawyered up. OPVP did the same thing. Washington, D.C., I should have used that. The government on either patient to me, I really believe that they're really disrespectful to REC decisions that are made. Some things is common sense. Why would Arcadian pay NQA for them to get more money? How much are they going to give the nation? Probably nothing. So the right thing for us to do at that time was to make sure that this legislation is amended and make sure that the nation gets paid from Arcadian income by revenue sharing. It's going to bring us money. And I don't think there's a company over at Nancy. Pumpkin dough, popcorn denomination. This company gives nothing, no revenue to the nation. That's done Ora nele, né? Acho que foi a Fernanda, she's on, didn't. Ora, yeah, okay, that's awesome. If they don't bring anything, why are they there? We need to hold people accountable. And that's what we did here. We thought by doing this, making sure that Arcadian pays the nation, we're gonna generate money. These monies will go into the general fund, it'll help fund senior citizens, veterans, college, you name it. But what's, hey, I see, at the time back in 2020, we didn't just jump in there and started saying, you want to break this resolution, I'm sorry, we didn't know that even do that. As Joe on side had be, you know, get up there, diligently look at it from all sides. And that exclusivity, ADPA, put over that piece. Arcadian said, we're willing to work with anyone. They kept repeating that over and over. And what does everybody say now? Oh, they're exclusive now. Up it is the host, man. They have total ownership. And this is over. That's the issue from when it started on the 23rd Council of RDC to the 44th Council and now the 25th Council. 3 councils. So I'm gonna vote red on this, on this. Hold on, just in case. I don't want this,
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Look forward to, Speaker Sol.
Yeah. And, we have dialogue that came out from the, Arizona, caucus meeting gone on. But one thing is, I think that the dialogue from the to the oversight committee should have came forth. We know that there was individuals that came in to raise concerns. And as an example, county supervisor came in, not to council, but went directly to the president's office. We're meeting with the president now. We're meeting with the president, come over to and I believe we had orientations scheduled and council was moving. But what I'm getting to is the dialogue, the communication from the our oversight, DNR. And then the other is that wanted to corporate interests. Want to see if we can have the sponsor collaborate on that. With corporate interests. And he doesn't that's oil then I don't know. Maybe it's alluding that we receive payment or something. I don't know, but that's how I pick up the conversation or the presentation. But realistically, there's no corporate interest in this. And moving forward, I think we should be able to come back and drown with resources and development committee to fix it. And aid and Kenneth Monson. I just advise this want to say that, come and work with us, the committee. And this is another one that came down the pipeline. And just as an example, the vetting team that was put in place has halted a certain energy team that's trying to, or a company that's trying to develop Navajo, and it's closed the door. And it's an application process, and the tribe don't want to move forward on that particular vetting, particular application. It's an application process. It's supposed to move forward, whether it gets support or not through the program. Obey, actually, with that. And I think that the issue of but bottom line is, you know, DNR, we do have really good collaboration with DNR, Helena, and then land department. And coming to RDC, I haven't heard anything from General Land Department to say, hey, this is an issue, we need to fix this. General Land Department has a manager. And also, you know, where is Land Department in this? If to provide that you know, say yes, we have to fix this, we need to fix it. And again, it's just it should be fun. And I have concerns regarding to how yes, the administration is indirectly non-communicating with oversight. It was pretty much for issues pertaining to education and things like that. I would speak upon it, but that's health and human services responsibility. I would, as a Western delegate, I would go to my Western agency representative and say, Shohei Shema, it's about health, I'll go over there. Meaning that I won't step on their toes. Even with that. If you got Western, so those are just some of my thought, and I think that bottom line, I think this legislation should come back to the oversight committee, and we should go ahead and look at have an indirect conversation with GLAD office to see where else is changing. And then get their get GLAD's input on this. The other is that in the presentation, what was cited was that this was ran through 64, went through DOJ, and legislative council inserted a language. It wasn't inserted by DOJ to NIT, or no, NIT, not to NIT. So I really want to see if that is the case, and if that's true. Because I was looking at Department of Justice, and she was like, oh, I don't know. And even with that, it's unbound, this is the case. So yeah.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to DOJ, Monica Blackcat. Want to go to respond?
So I can provide clarification regarding DOJ's review. So I did go back and look at the document that was submitted. And what I noticed was that the legislation, we were provided draft legislation in advance that had this language in there. And at that time, we recommended that it not be included. Edits were made, and the version that we reviewed didn't have the exclusivity language in it. So it was initially given to us to review, and we made recommended edits and recommended, along with DNR attorney Robert, to take that exclusivity language out. So if you look at the document that was submitted, EOR 14541, which was the packet number at the time, and the legislation that was attached to it, it didn't have that exclusivity language. That was why we deemed it sufficient, but I don't know what happened between the time it left our office and went to legislator. I mean, there was, I don't know if, there were documents swapped out, or if it was just, an oversight. I don't know what happened, but all I'm saying is that the version we reviewed didn't have the specific language in it, so. That's better.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitehead, for sharing that important information. Let's go to the floor. I just share and all clear to go ahead and that with response.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the response to Delegate. So with respect to corporate interests, right now we have one corporation that has the ability to say, yeah, any project that connects off an reservation. So when we say corporate interests, we've ceded that to a company. They have like a concession essentially to do that particular thing that ordinarily would be open to anybody on the Navajo Nation, or if the Navajo Nation decided to develop its own connections to fiber optic Navajo Nation, then we could own those assets. But right now, we have prohibited ourselves from being able to do that. So if there's any, entities in Navajo or subdivisions in Navajo that want to do that. And then in addition to that, this was a great advertisement to say that, yes, you can work with Arcadian, but when you have a monopoly on access to a particular product or good or service or whatever the heck it is, who has the pricing power? Right? We want competition in our telecom system, or do we want an exclusive concession to one entity to set the price of what that's going to be? I mean, I don't see how that ends up helping the end user, right? That just drives up the price of the service overall to everyone. We can say, oh, that might increase the Navajo Nation's share of profits. That's going to be at the expense of the Navajo people and the people we're trying to help. So that's what I'm talking about when I mean corporate interests. That there's a corporation who's deciding yay or nay on who connects to fiber off the Navajo Nation. They can continue with this project. There's nothing that's going to change continuing with this project. That is to say, though, this was passed in 2020, and there's nothing to show for it to date in terms of fiber. So, I just hope that we don't pollute all these other issues about vetting team and all this other stuff with this discrete, narrow, specific issue within this one right away. There's no more research that really needs to be done. I say that because DOJ has reviewed this, and we'll see reviewed this. We just heard about the question matter was that something happened. And it's just speculation about what happened, about how that ended up in there, but it got back into the legislation. And I think it's not right to say that, okay, well, we were counting this out on this or that. There's no federal funding that's available for states to develop broadband into political subdivisions. And this is a private company raising private capital generally. So it's apples and oranges, just like the Navajo Nation wasn't proposing this project because we didn't have access to capital to construct something in this nation. It's not something that's within our expertise. But that has changed as the federal funding environment has changed. So, there are a lot of weird things that happen.
We have our own lobbyists in the nomination, Carlisle Gay, lobbying on behalf of this entity to RDC membership, which I think raises serious ethical issues. That's a very serious issue. Why is a lobbyist lobbying on behalf of a corporation for the nomination when they should have a responsibility to have the best deal for the nomination and the work that they're doing on behalf of us? So when I talk about corporate interests, those are the corporate interests I'm talking about. Now, we had an answer about where was DOJ. I don't know what companies have to do with this, but if NTUA is a private company, it's leasing land to a private company, and that's between them. It has nothing to do with the nation. But again, I don't want these other issues to loop this discrete specific issue. I've had one phone call with Bitta Becker from the president's office. I should say with her. She was on a call that I organized on this particular matter. That's the only contact I've had with the president's office on this matter. And my way of engaging with the committee is to reach out to the chair and the vice chair, both of which participated in at least one meeting on this matter. At that time, I understood that they supported this legislation and they would speak with the member for the concept of it. The legislation hadn't been drafted yet. Then they would speak with the membership. Because me as an external member, I'm not just going to go approach delegate sensitive and expect him to speak before all of them. You elected two leaders to communicate and lead, and that's who I reached out to in this matter. And that's how I expect it to be if RDC were to approach the budget and finance. That you would work through the chair and the vice chair. It's a matter of courtesy, not so much protocol, but just respect. And it's impossible to say work with the committee when there are so many barriers set up to working with the committee. And there's no clear protocol identifier. If we're not doing the same protocol as the chair and the vice chair and talking about these legislations. I guess there are some unwritten rules out there that I'm not privy to, but I know that I've just received a tremendous amount of pushback on this, completely unrelated to the substance of it. It's just all about ego and everything else. It has nothing to do with the substance of this matter. Again, if you have two state broadband offices, the Navigation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, the Navajo Broadband Office, the two institutions of higher education on the Navajo Nation, the Department of Justice, the Office of Legislative Counsel, everyone who has reviewed this, aside from Arcadia themselves, saying that this is not a good deal for broadband build out on the Navajo Nation and to capture federal dollars and direct them towards Navajo, as has been identified in state broadband plans for US 89, US 160, US 163, I-40, US 191. We committed $10 million to fiscal recovery fund dollars to the US 191 corridor to build out the mile project before we launched the program. And it was supposed to be a demonstration of good faith with the state so that we could solicit more dollars and make investments in Navajo more attractive. Right now, that funding is great. And that's our own that's at stake here. I'm not talking about speculative other dollars. So I'm respectfully requesting that this legislation be affirmatively considered by the committee and passed. There are too many things that are too peculiar about what happened in the final years of legislation, why this exclusive development rights. And that means that only this company, I think that's what Delegate Simpson is asking about, that only this company can connect the off-reservation private. I think that's all. Oh, the last thing I'm going to say is there was a recommendation from the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission to reduce the term of the right-of-way agreement and to also add in language about what happens when it expires, because there's no conversion to navigation ownership. So it's completely unclear about what could happen. I didn't want to add those things in there in this legislation because I don't want to disrupt the agreement that was put in place. I generally try to have the nation commit to the things that it can do too. But the negotiations took place in the exclusive agreement language was only in the legislation, it wasn't in the terms and conditions of the agreement. So we're not going back on any terms and conditions of the agreement. We're just removing some particular thing that we put in there as a legislative body. I say we, the former IC put in there. So There, was there, something to forward to, item the top.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'm gonna go ahead and address this to Shanala. Shanala Ashkamode, Mizad Bahania. Adershan Shaniki Yanskegi. What I'm saying is, you made a statement saying that Senator Carlisle BA lobbied to REC on behalf of Arcadian. You're making that a public statement. And I want you to know that I was not lobbied. And that you also show some respect to us because we can think for ourselves. We also are able to research, we're able to comprehend. So as I mentioned, you did make some valid statements. When I do read this, we do have funding that was not available when the legislation was first drafted. But now the broadband dollars through ARPA have come onto the Navajo Nation, and this exclusivity agreement is hindering those dollars. So I think that you spoke very well and clear to the point. I do understand that this is not changing the legislation as far as the terms of the agreement. Only that we are not going to have them have the exclusive developmental rights. So I just wanted to add that. And I believe that, you know, from my experience with this 25th council, there's a lot of territorialism going on, not just specific to RDC, but to the entire council. But we all have to remember that every member has a right to drop legislation. And then also on behalf of the constituents. And for myself, you know, I do think about all of our communities. And when we brought in broadband, the regulations, I think I have been very vocal on allowing the services to be brought to our people. And so I stand by that. And for myself, you know, I do believe that every legislation can be amended, and that's all you're asking. So I just wanted to add that. And again, thank you for bringing this before the RDC.
Yeah, for your comments, this time I want to, have my RDC colleagues have any, comments or responses, honorable symptom.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chairman, and RC. Was devastated. Yeah, let's say, right now, my goal is red right now. But we always talk about working together, joint medication, and again, I totally agree with you. The EDL becomes something that's for the community, outside their community. I agree with that. But then, you know, we always come back to work together, and I want to make this motion to table this legislation. And you and Mr. Nez down, because I respect Mr. Nez comes to this legislation. You come to a compromise. How we can just issue agreement for the community. Let's work here. So I'd like to make that motion table and sit down and call me, Mr. Nez. You call me, talk it over. And see how we move forward with this right here. If not, then I will definitely have to go ready. So I will motion to table. Mr. Vice Chair, and have delegate and delegate speaker. For them, I'm talking with the we can propose legislation. Anybody's there, so make that motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Do we have a second on that table? Who's buying? Thank you. Speaking of those, we want to second that motion. Do we have any questions on the Chairman Ness?
No discussion on table.
Okay. All right, I did. Can this time, we're going to this to a roll call vote? Oh, sorry. Okay. For the timeline?
Yes, Vice Chair Johnson was already, how long would this, legislation be tabled for?
So next meeting. So next meeting. And sorry,
Then
Part of this motion, could we invite our union to come, let them speak for themselves? That way we don't beat them up while they're not here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, as, we'll go ahead and table this, legislation until next RDC, next Wednesday. We're going to do, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, I'm sorry, 2 weeks, and we'll, we keep our hearing in this, move our, well, already, we didn't say. Okay. 3 minutes. These are the final word. We have that first.
that's everything.
I'll put it out tomorrow. Where is tomorrow? We're gonna come.
That's all we have time for. This video counts out. Motion. No, I do not see it.
Okay, Mr. Todd? Roll call.
Vice Chair Johnson reports to figure the roll call vote. We're tabling this legislation to Friday, October 27th at 10 a.m. This will be held at the Nomination Land Department, and we're writing in Arcadia Intercom. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right, this is roll call vote for tabling legislation number 0221-23. Honorable Sean Ankla, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Sean Ankla votes red. Honorable Brenda Ansis, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Danny Sessa, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Sessa votes green. Honorable Augusto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Augusto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Table.
Honorable Green.
Vice Chair. Go ahead.
Vice Chair Johnson, members are anything. Vice Chair Johnson votes green. That is 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Vice Chair voting.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. Okay, thank you, the motion carried. Back out to, item number 7, item B. This legislation is 0224-23. We're gonna go ahead and defer this to the next RDC meeting for the request of speaker. Okay, go on to item C. Approving to attend and participate in the site tour of the Sorry about that. Okay, we have legislation here. We gotta get ahead of myself. Yeah, we don't have the clock. Okay, legislation 0230-23, Mr. Price.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0230-23 dated October 3rd, 2023, and action relating to action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource Development Committee, and Economic Committee, amending Exhibit A to Resolution number CJ8-0Y- 2-1, to change the following chapter, one-time truck purchases and other equipment. The purpose of this legislation is to amend exhibit 1, attached to council resolution number CJ 8-01-21, to change the purpose of the one-time truck from the following chapter to purchase a heavy-duty gooseneck trailer ATV and UTV 4x4 with CAP equipment. The application committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Delegate Andy Ness for tracking number 0230-23, and action relating to budget and finance committee, the research and development committee, the nominating committee, amending exhibit A resolution number CJ 8-01-21 to change the sawmill chapter's one-time truck purchase to other equipment. In section 1, outlining the authority, which references in exhibit A, which is resolution CJ 8-01-21, section 2, the finding with references to exhibit C. This is the chapter resolution S780814-23-08, attack in reference to exhibit C, which is resolution number AABI-18-22, and section 3 is amending CJ 8-01 to change the sawmill chapter's one-time truck purchase with other equipment. In section 4 is the effective date, and section 5 is the superseding and savings clause attached to the exhibit A, which is resolution number CJ 8-01-21, the resolution of the Navigation Council, 24 Navigation Council, 3rd year of 2021. Attached to the exhibit B, which is the resolution of the sawmill chapter navigation, resolution number SAW08-14-23-06, attached to the C, which is resolution NABI-18-22, resolution of the nominating committee, 24 Navigation Council, 4th year 2022. Then you have the first report, the navigation legislative measure public review summary for legislation number 0230 sponsored article 99. This legislation was posted on October 3rd, 2023 at 4:25 p.m. The filing contract ended on October 9th, 2023. There was no comments in front of this legislation, no comments opposed to this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Attached is also the budget and finance committee report and vote tally for resolution for legislation number 02-30-23. The budget and finance committee recommends a view pass without amendment, with 3 in favor, 0 opposed. By non-members of RDC, that is legislation number 0230-23 read to the record. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Sahi, I got a motion by Chairman Ayers, and I got a second by Honorable Law. Are there any questions? Going once, twice. 3 times. Okay, we'll call votes back.
Vice Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0230-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes for the Honorable Brendan Cruz, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Ness, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Sahi, motion carries, all the board on the okay, moving on to item D. Right?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is a new item, business D, approving the lieutenant participate in a site tour of the proposed reservation for the 2000 treaty with San Juan Southern Pines and legal issues related to the SPT navigated treaty and proposed federal legislation and litigation for Monday, October 23rd, 2023, near Cuba City, Arizona at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Sahi, I get a motion. Motion by Honorable Simpson, I got a second by Speaker are there any questions on it? Okay, let's go straight for a roll call vote, Mr. Sahi.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item 7. It's D. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brendan Jesus, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Ness, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sahi, motion carries, okay, we're on item D, nomination of travel, to the joint work session with the finance committee on for Friday, November 17, 2023 at 9 AM. And I'll take the next vote, take the motion. Chairman, next motion, can I get a second? Second by Alderman Fogg. Are there any questions to this? There's none, Chicago, couple please.
Vice Chair Dr. members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for 7E. Honorable Shana Includ, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shana Includ votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Rick Ness, how do you vote?
Elegant Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Then because it's a tie, motion carries, moving on to item E. Second. 2023 as any year, that's especially provided the other 2023 as any Tuesday, on Thursday, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Speaker on the phone, and a second.
Second.
Second by on the floor. Any questions? No questions, before the roll call this time.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for 7F. Honorable Shana Includ, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shana Includ votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Ness, how do you vote?
Elegant Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
That finishes up our new business. Okay, number 8, close the meeting. Are there any announcements? No announcements. Okay, we're gonna move on to our adjournment at 4:46 PM. Can I get a motion? Motion by Honorable Clark. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Speaker Mr. Ty, will go.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shana Includ, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shana Includ votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ricky Ness, how do you vote?
Elegant Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ty. We see has adjourned at 4:06 PM. Thank you, everybody, for being here. All of us, the council, which is the advisor. You all, honorable, for being here. All those in attendance, thank you. Be here with us.